Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, hello! How is everybody? Did you have a good Thanksgiving? And if you didn't, if you don't celebrate Thanksgiving, did you have a good Thursday? I hope you had a good Thursday. You should give thanks too for America. For America. You're still food hungover? Right on, man. What did you do today, Billy? Oh, a streamer named EJ taught me how to huff things in his garage. Yeah. Yeah, no. Don't do that. You give thanks for ferds? For ferds? Alright.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Alright. Nick made a scammer cry this morning. Yeah, alright. Alright, well that's good. I'm blaming you for this. Good luck, mate. Good luck, mate. You watched CRS26 live and it was awesome. That view, the view, the view, the view, dudes, just. Oh man, that is so much cooler than KSP. Oh my goodness. That is so much cooler when that happens in real life and we get to see it. I'm sorry, that's way cooler, man. That's way cooler than oh my. Bro. Bruh. That's... Whew. I'm bambos. Wait, isn't Monday your day off? Yeah. Is it near L2? No. Hypersonic, my Thanksgiving was good. Thanks for asking. And nearly, I do need to find the model trains. I'm working on it. I'm working on it, dude. We'll hook those up. We'll hook those up. What is this? I'm muting audio. Nice. Our family always did model trains around the holidays around the tree, so it's a good time to find them. Yep. I wanted to play Kerbal today, but we can just chill if you guys want. Like, I want to play KSP. We can do that in a little bit. But, dude, some of these pictures that are coming from Orion, like, everyone's in this picture. If you're not in this picture, how? And please let me know. I took a bunch of days off already. I took Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday off. I don't need more days off. I'm good. I wanted to get back to work. Nice, Midget. You went and saw your first concert last week. Nightwish and Beast in Black. Neat. All right. You know what? Zay, your tweet gave me an idea. Your tweet gave me an idea. Thomas, where's that footage? I'm behind Earth, so I'm technically not in the picture. You're just photobombing. It's fine.
Alexa.
It kind of worked. Anyway. When is Orion coming back? 5th. Can't wait for the world to see the real thing. Join us for a live stream of the B-21 Raider reveal. This changes everything. EA Games. Challenge everything. The most expensive Alexa ever produced. That's just missing a wet head of lettuce. Right. I just want to go back to... This weekend I told myself to just do it. Interesting. Yeah, Elvis isn't in this picture. Yep. Fake, no stars. Yeah. Dude. You ain't gonna see views like this ever again, man. None of the other Artemis missions are going to where this one's going. So... On what Hollywood film set was this taken? It was taken on your mom's Hollywood film set. Got it. You know what? It's going to take me a second to get back to doing that correctly. But you get the idea. You get the gist of it. Your mom's Hollywood film set. Got him. Goat him. Just... Dude. Anyway, how's everybody's Thanksgiving? Everybody good? It's over? Okay. Also, there are job postings for Crew Starship. Cool. Mine was good. New engine spotted. What's this? Dude, it's gonna take me a second to get back into the swing of things here. That was a long trip. I'll show you where we went. Ooh. Seems fine to me. Seems fine to me. Still feels like Thanksgiving to me because you're in another state. Yeah. So here, I'll show you where I was off to, where we went. Drove a long way, man. Long way. You did a thing. Hey. You got it out. Very nice. So, what is Brimo buying for Cyber Monday? I don't know. We don't have any money, Snake. We gotta chill for a little while. Shoot, you see the hat, is that new? Yeah, no, maybe? So, drove from over here, all the way up here, all the way up here, past the contamination zone, I suppose. Down here, down here, down here, down here, down here, down here. All the way to Dearborn. That's what I did. That's what I did. That's a long drive. It's like, was it like 900 miles or something? Why not just go through? Just go through Canada. Well, I would have done that, but we didn't take the truck, Orion. We took the car. The one that I did the oil change on the other day. I don't have my passport. My passport's being renewed right now, so yep. Had to go through here, all the way down here, all the way down here, all the way up here, all the way to there. Yep, it's about 900 miles. For the Europeans, it's 1,500 Ks, give or take. Yeah, it's a long way. It's a long way. But, yeah. Any chance we would watch the B-21 reveal live? Yeah. You know, I don't... Yeah, I mean, I don't see why we couldn't. 2-day drive, right? Nope. I do one way through, Nikita. One sitting. I did it there and back. On Wednesday I drove there, and yesterday I drove back. One sitting. It's not too bad, but takes a lot out of you, man. Ignored, as usual. Help, I want off this ride. Nope. Thank you for all the resubs, by the way, except for Sirius's, though. Yeah, tough, yeah. No, it's not too bad, dude. That's not the furthest I've driven in one sitting. The furthest I've driven in one sitting is all that. And one time, Brimo and I drove from Boston to Sault Ste. Marie. Pretty much. Up here. And I did it in one shot. It was tough. That was tough. By the time we got around the Mackinac Bridge, I was like, hey, why? 350 miles or about 5 hours is about the maximum before the trip just starts to drag. Yep. Well, if it isn't a space streamer, hello. We have an Orion update presser at 5 p.m. today. Bill will be joining this one along with the usual trio. Yeah, we're going to watch that. Yep. We're going to be in on that. Yeah, should be fun. Should be fun. Should be a good time. You did this. But yeah, that's what your boy was up to. Yeah, but you didn't do this in one sitting. That's like Route 154 crazy. You didn't do this in one sitting, though. No, my friend. Dude, how the heck did I do
Discovery,
some of this?
go at throttle up.
At the most 50-monther, 52 hours. Yeah, you'd have to either A, get some piss jugs, or B, get a buddy and some piss jugs, and maybe. Oh, force. That's a long way, dude. That's a long way. Hey, W. Edemus? Yes. Mm-hmm.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Anyone else hearing a bassy thumping? Oh, it's happening again. Hold on. It should be gone now. Jacob, how are you?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I gotta do Seattle to Kansas City for Christmas. I'll stop twice on the way.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Seattle to Kansas City? That's a pretty long way. Just curious, what was that, fan? I don't know. My microphone hits the light, so if I move around on the desk or something, or move the mouse, it hits the microphone. No, it's not me. It's not me doing that, dude. No. I do have the happy feet, though, from time to time. I do it to keep blood flowing in my legs. You thought Vanity Fresno was bad? Yeah. Regards from Poland. Jak se masz? Dobre. Dobre vaj. Jacob, I learned that from Borat, and I'm not sorry. Hey, Racer, what's going on, man? Alright, so, yeah. Crazy. Hair, what's going on? Yeah, man, it's been a nutty week. I got to spend Thanksgiving in Michigan. That was fun. Dudes, let me let you in on a little thing. I got Fago. I got Fago from Michigan. We brought it with us. And not only that, but I have Jets as well. ICP is very proud of you. Yes. Magnets. How do they work? How was your Thanksgiving? It was fine, man. Great. Yes, Jets is fantastic. Fago, they still make it. They still make it. Yep, we had Jets. We have Jets and Fago in Massachusetts. We're the only ones that have it. I hate you. Why? You could come get some if you want, dude. See last link. Okay. What's Fago? It's a delicacy from Michigan. It's a delicacy. It's Fago, so you have to call it this. It's pop from Michigan. Yep. Yeah. It's very good. Have you seen this video? Visiting. No, I haven't, but that's cool. I have to check it out. Hey, Jonas, what's going on? Whoop whoop! Frickin' magnets, Dan. How do they work? How do they work? How do they work? So we got the goods back from Michigan. Brimo's parents moved, so they were cleaning out a bunch of stuff. So I also, for the people who appreciate tech history, okay? For the people who appreciate tech history, I got a VIC-20. Anybody know what that is? VIC-20? Brimo's parents gave us a VIC-20 and a GameCube. Yeah, VIC-20, old school, right? Yeah. Thanksgiving menu, turkey, mashed potatoes, stuffing, macaroni and cheese. There was other food that I consumed that I don't remember what it was. It was good, though. Been a minute since I've seen a VIC-20, dude. We have a Commodore VIC-20, yeah. Yeah. Does it run Crysis? It might, dude. It might. Does it still work? Don't know. We're gonna have to find out. You had to make the mashed potatoes yourself. I made the mashed potatoes for Thanksgiving. You're an Atari ST kind of guy, though. Nice. Did it come with Lionel Richie? Maybe. Crysis? Can it run Cyberpunk? Cyberpunk? No. Crysis. Crysis is the game, man. So, yeah, I got some goodies back, dude. I tried to score the train set. They had a train set, and I tried to score the train set, but they were like, "No, we gotta give this to Brimo's brother," and I'm like, "All right." Fine. Keep your damn train. Got to do a Curious Mark thing with that? Yeah, maybe. I was like, fine. Keep your damn train. Whatever. Fine, marry her brother then. No. No, I'm good. No, I'm good. Hostility, I see. Oh, you want hostility? That's a damn football game. What is this? Nice. That was funny. That was pretty good. Anyway, should have pulled out for the grandkids line. Oh, yeah, that would have been good. That would have been good. Yeah, yeah. So that's what I did. Would Remo even let you marry her brother? Why are we continuing this line of questioning? Here, just look at this. Just no, not that. Look at that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
DX, hey man, 61-month resub. What about the grandkids? Great way to ruin Thanksgiving. Yeah, this is you guys saying this, not me. Glad to see you back in one piece. Yep. I don't fight to be fair. I fight to win. Nice. They're continuing the line of questioning because they're seeing this streamer squirm. No, I'm just confused, but not like that. I'm gonna hang up, man. Okay. So, anyways, no, let's see, anything else? It's just, who did this? Oh,
Discovery, go at throttle
oh,
up.
uh-oh. Andrew, why would you do this? Why would you do this? We're screwed.
Discovery, go
Daniel,
at throttle up.
illness 75 months. See, now that's fixed. See the lighting? It's all wrong. Oh, yeah. That. Yeah. Sorry, I'm a little distracted by this picture. That's a product of SpaceX and Neuralink. Oh boy. Damn, dude. This must be a great endorsement for GoPro, yeah. Why does Orion's color change like that? Yeah, the sun does weird things to the paint, dude. Sun does weird things to the paint. Speaking of paint. Oh yeah. Look just behind the mirror. Just behind the mirror up there. Yep, bringing more of it right around. There's also, I also bought a case of Brake Clean today. I went into the O'Reilly's and I was like, hey, I need a case of Brake Clean. Do you sell it by the case? And they're like, yeah, of course we do. I'm like, cool. I'm going to need that. And then one of the other guys came over and said, what are you doing? I'm like, cleaning brakes. Hey, Elfish, what's going on? Akimbo brake cleaner action later. You might have an addiction to brake clean. Yeah. No, I don't have an addiction to brake clean. No, I don't know what you're talking about. No, so they were like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, I was like, okay, I don't feel like coming up with some crazy excuse. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm using it as paint stripper, and it actually works. And they're like, what? I would go, I'm using it as paint, dude. I'm using it to get spray paint off of a car. And they're like, it's not doing that. I'm like, yes, it is. I swear. And I had to get it. I had to show the damn pictures. I was like, okay. I had to show them the pictures that I took, and they're like, brake clean is doing that. I'm like, dude, I don't get it either, okay? So, I don't know. Did you guys literally just link the O'Reilly's jingle? I wish, Rocket Guy. No, I got you. I got you. Ready? The buffing wheel doesn't do much, dude. Seriously, it just swirls. It just swirls and throws brake cleaner everywhere. I have buffing compound. Buffing compound really brings the clear coat that I've cleared around. It really, oh, you cut that a little bit, it looks great. But it doesn't really do much to get the spray paint off. It just buffs the spray paint. It's the acetone in the brake cleaner. It's cut right, dude. It's cut perfect. It's perfect to take spray paint off. It's weird, man. Yeah. Truck Stream is brought to you by O'Reilly's. Okay. When Ferb. Ferb? You're getting there. Hey, Banana Time. What's going on? Chemistry be weird like that, dude. Yeah, dude, it's working. Look at the back. Look at right there behind the door. It's all coming off. How was your break? It's all right, dude. It's all right. I did a lot of driving. The high evaporation probably helps to keep it from eating the clear coat. Dude, it's doing something. Whatever it does, it leaves that clear coat super clean. So Washington is 7-5 and still last in the division. I don't want to talk about football. I don't want to talk. Oh, the brakes? Well, the brakes are nice and clean, that's for sure. Hey, Sneaky, what's going on? Is brake cleaner cheaper than actual paint remover? Yeah, the problem is that paint thinner doesn't work, Drummer. Yeah. I have a can of paint thinner over there. I tried it this morning. It doesn't work. So I got frustrated and went and drove back to the auto parts store and got brake clean. Got a case of brake clean, and that works. Bad game? Not a bad game. The worst officiated game in the history of NFL. Probably. Yeah, probably the worst officiated game I've ever seen. Yeah. It just made me not want to watch football. Ever. Yeah. Don't really care. What is this, Hibbit? What is this? Why, you mad? No. I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. It was terrible. It was terrible. It was a terrible game. Be ashamed to count that as a victory, to be honest with you.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Thanks. I have cancer. Damn, dude. Hey, Wiser, what did I just join? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It was stupid, Hibbit. You know, like, yeah, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I'm just going to get annoyed. You know, stupid. How about that Michigan-Ohio game? The USA versus English game in the World Cup, though. Soccer. Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. It just made me not want to watch football. Ever. Here, look at this instead. It's caffeine-free Diet Coke, man. And whatever that is. And but that's fake. That is not a real firearm. That one, though. That stuff was good back in the day. Caffeine-free Diet Coke. Dude, I used Diet Coke once to remove chrome off of a trailer hitch. Or remove rust off of a chrome trailer hitch. After that, I don't drink Diet Coke. I don't like drinking stuff that can literally deoxidize chrome. Hey, Empire, what's going on? Yeah, I don't... Yeah, regular Coke can do that. Yeah, it's funny you should mention that. Damn, Hibbit. Damn. Coley, why would you... Is that the one that got, oh. Real firearm, not yours. Oh, that is a fiery arm. You know what, dude? Frick it. Drive it. Frick it. Frick it. Just drive it. Drive it. Just drive it. That goalie, that's what I'd be doing. That would give me an excuse to just drive the absolute piss out of this car. It's fixable. Anything is fixable, but it's the whole, ship of Theseus thing. If you replace every single part on a car, is it the same car? Nah, man. There's no frame on that car, Drummer. It's a unibody. It's just drive. I'd be driving it. I'd drive it now. I'm like, it's not worth much money anymore. Just drive the damn thing. The real car is in your heart. Yeah. Anyway. Nah, it's totally fixable without new parts. He says he's going to straighten out everything and repaint it. All right, cool. Nice couple of white dry erase boards. No, those are your arms. Yeah, no, I'm a little itchy. May have gotten a little bit of a chemical burn with that paint thinner this morning. You know, it's nothing like a nice chemical burn to wake yourself up in the morning. Hellfish, did you,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You hear about this? Hey, Orion's 26 month resub. Guys, there's something wrong with this electrical tower, and I'm just gonna slowly scroll up, and you tell me where the mistake is. Everything looks good. Yeah, there might be something wrong with this. Not here or here so much, but like right here. It's got no gas in it. Looks perfectly fine. They actually survived. The people survived that, dude. But yeah, that's a thing. That's an airplane. Wait, have you ever seen a bird sitting on a wire? Yeah. Yeah. I did. All right. I mean, it seems okay. I don't. The people survived. They survived. They. Look, they survived. Like I don't know what to say. It's an electric plane trying to charge itself. Well, his gear was down, so he landed. How does... Now, you know, for all the body experts with the Plymouth Superbird, do you think that'll buff out? What's this? It's a plane that crashed into an electrical tower, and yeah, people survived. It might need some brake cleaning. Well, the front didn't fall off. It's still attached. It's right there. It's just... I'm getting a chuckle out of you. Don't lie.
Discovery,
don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. You thought that was funny. How could you? No recoverable parts left on that crash? Well, there was 2. People inside. That's probably the most important one. There's some good places to eat by there. Oh, yeah. Still seems flight worthy. Still has the tail. It's just a glider. Yeah. How was your holiday? Kept waiting for a knock on the door for my punch in the face. No. I decided to drive as far around your house as far as possible. Just around your house. So does using a crane to lift a plane make it a VTOL? Yes. So I was you were perusing the NTRS last night and spent an hour and a half reading a study on a multi-user launch complex. Interestingly, one of the places they had in the study was where SpaceX is going to be making LC-49, but it was disregarded in the study due to being within the tidal surge range of a Category 1 hurricane. Hey, Red, thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. Yeah, and Galaxy, we've seen the pictures. Space Amigo is back. What's up, dude? All right, let's load up KSP. Or we could just keep chatting for the holiday. Might want to do that. I don't know. Red, thank you for the raid, buddy. I do appreciate it. How was the holiday? It was fine, dude. Yeah, it was great. Mucho comida. Mucho comida. Understand? Comprende? Uncapping had a question about the shuttle tech. Oh, thanks, man. All right. Well, uncapping. Oh, yeah, okay. Uncapping, I hope you had a good break. Yep. I have 2 questions. When you're launching communication satellites to orbit, how do you space them out? Any special trick? Yeah, just use orbital period. Take the time you want to spread them out. So say you want something, you want a thing of satellites that has an orbital period, let's just say geosynchronous, all right? We'll use geosynchronous. We'll use 6 hours, which it's 6 hours in Kerbal, right? So you want 3 satellites spaced out every third of the way around the orbit, right? So what's a third of 6 hours? 2. So put your deployment vehicle in an orbital with an orbital period that has a 2-hour deploy, or a 2-hour orbital period, and then every 2 hours it's going to come back to the right spot. You deploy the satellite, come back around again, deploy the satellite, come back around, deploy the satellite. There you go. Another way you could do it is put if that doesn't work, sometimes that doesn't work all the way, put your deployment vehicle into a 4-hour orbit. Basically, you just need to take the orbital period, divide it by the amount of satellites that you want to put into space, and then figure out what like 3/4 of that is, or not even 3/4. It's you figure out. If you're deploying 4 satellites, it'd be 3/4. If you're deploying 3 satellites, it'd be 2/3, right? And then just figure out the orbital period from there. 2, the engines Artemis 1 used, old tech because they were used on the shuttle. They were basically resto modded shuttle engines. Didn't they have more modern engines? They used them to save costs. They use those to save costs. They're building new engines for SLS that are fresh off the assembly line. That will happen probably after Artemis 5 or Artemis 6, I think it was. No, they're not bad, uncapping. They're still good motors. Yep. Interesting that Orange Rocket bad comments have disappeared all of a sudden. Funny how that worked. Sneaky, what's going on? That means your deployment vehicle will be in an elliptical orbit with its AP at the deployment altitude. So when the vehicle gets to your AP, you deploy and circularize that satellite. Repeat until all sats are deployed. Bingo! Save cost, but still cost 100 million. Yeah, it turns out when you don't have a high supply of these engines, the unit cost goes up. I mean, you could make the same case for Ferrari's Empire, but I don't see anybody doing that now, do you? You could say, Bugatti Veyrons are too expensive. They're too expensive. Can you believe the price tag on one of those things? They should bring the price down. It's a Bugatti Veyron. It can do something that no other car can do.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, but they should bring the price down, though. Well, the race team kind of blows. Yeah, all right. 2 new engines will fly on Artemis 2. Full new sets start flying on Artemis 5. There you go. I used to live just outside of KSP, and my grandfather worked at NASA. It was so cool. That's awesome, Empire. Right on, man. Yeah, we're fans here, to say the least. I don't know what may have given it away or anything. Now I'm just trolling on the cost of it all. Dude, I can't be so sure in this day and age, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't be so sure. Because, like, sometimes people come in here and they actually believe that stuff. Sure, they actually believe that. They're like, well, it's too expensive. I'm like, yeah, compared to what? The other moon rocket that we have that flies things to the moon? That hasn't gone higher than 40,000 feet yet. Oh, yeah, it's really expensive. Compared to what? What are you comparing it to? The Saturn V?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You live in Massachusetts now, so you hate not seeing all the launches. What part of Massachusetts? That's where I'm from. And I used to live in Florida, too. Here, allow me. Watch, Jerky. You want to see something funny? Want to see something funny? Want to see something funny? Watch this. Watch how mad they get. Welcome back. Did you have a good food coma? I did. Make it stop. Make it stop. It's kind of ugly. No. It's a rebuilding decade, though. Dude, do we suck or what? Oh, my goodness. They suck, dude. They're so bad. We're going to get railed by the Bills on Thursday. That's going to be terrible. Oh, I'm dreading it. It's going to suck so bad, but hey, I'm laughing all the way to the championship case. You know what I'm saying? I put on my Steelers hat, but I flushed it down the toilet. Is that a Supra? I mean, the Steelers suck this year, too. We know the pain, yeah. Nice, you're a Giants fan. I lived in New York when I started watching sports. Oh. That's good. Hibbett's like, I love that hat. Yeah, Empire, I'm out on Cape Cod, dude. Dude, you can see the launches when they go by. Starlinks. Oh, I can see them. Oh, yeah. On a clear night, you see them fly right by. It's pretty cool, actually. So, it's hockey season, right? How the Pens doing? Bruins are doing great. How was the food coma, and how much did you put on because of it? The food coma was great, Tessa. I have not weighed myself. There's a very good reason for that. You live in Western Mass, but currently at this moment you're in Waltham. Oh, dude. I grew up in Newton. Across the river. Yeah. Yeah. The lake, dude. The lake. That's cool, man.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Habs? Flat, I don't know what you're talking about. 87 pounds? I don't think that, I don't put on that much. The whole skylight up from the launch and hearing the rumble, nothing beats it. Yeah, no, I know what you mean, dude. So what's the latest on Binotto's future? I don't know. Firing him would be a mistake, though. Anyway, let's load up Kerbal, and we'll go from there, dudes. No shot in Newton. I started college in Newton. It's where I grew up, man. Yeah. Not from the lake, Auburndale, if you really want to know. I don't live there no mo. I have a bunch of family in Newton. All right. Nice. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's where I'm from. I don't live there no more. It's too expensive. I moved out. I live on down on the Cape, dude. Yeah, believe it or not, the Cape was less expensive. I can't figure that one out. I can't figure that one out either. That's very weird. You ready for a rare RTLS on the 30th? Going to be launching a small lunar lander. Nice. Okay, I gotta get reoriented here, Thomas. I missed a lot of launches. I missed CRS 26, and I'm a little annoyed about that. Don't get me wrong, I watched them on my phone, but yeah, Hakuto. Heck yeah, man. There is some Taikonauts launching to their space station, which is kind of cool, and there's a GLONASS launch. Oh, it's in flight. Yeah, I don't care. Anyway, let's see. And then Starlink. Yep. Cool. I should send you some of my meat for your mouth, but for real. Nah, I don't live there anymore, dude. I used to. Right by the Mass Pike, man. In fact, I'm surprised people didn't hear the sound from the highway in the background. Is it true that there's a special rock in Plymouth? Yeah, there is. It's pretty cool. I mean, the thing about Plymouth Rock, dude, is that you go there. I guess I believe the Cape is cheaper. Dude, I don't know. I couldn't figure it out either. I'm like, really? It's cheaper? It's cheaper. Oh my gosh. So yeah, bought a house in August down here. Moved down here. Moved out of the city. Don't have to worry about freaking Route 20. Screw that. Screw that road. You don't have to worry. I don't have to worry about Route 30. Com Ave. None of that. Dude, it was taking me 45 minutes to go like 3 blocks. I mean, we don't really have blocks, but okay. I was going down the street to the freaking pizza store. Freaking 45 minutes. I was like, nah, I'm done, dude. 45 minutes, I could... Yeah, no, I'm good. No, but the Cape isn't far from your fulfillment center. Right on, dude, right on. Just show the picture of Plymouth Rock. It's quicker to walk. Dude, that's the thing. It's not. It's not quicker to walk. It really isn't. Walking would take an hour. I'm not even kidding. It's... Dude, I don't know. I'll have to go time it. I'll have to show you guys sometime, dude.
Discovery.
Hey, Mile. Holy crap, 2 years. Where's the time gone? I don't know, dude. Anyway. Yeah, okay. So the thing about Plymouth Rock, all right? The thing about Plymouth Rock is that you go to Plymouth Rock, do not expect anything but what literally the name implies. It is a rock in Plymouth. That's it. If you go there with no expectations, you're gonna be pleasantly surprised. Downtown Plymouth's kind of a nice place, kind of a nice spot. Ish. The rock is cool. If you really want to know, there's some cool history behind it, but it is just a rock. Oh, it's not a boulder, guys. It's a rock. Okay, the pioneers used to ride these babies for miles. Locals piss on it. Yeah. It's not like, it's just a rock. It's cool, though. Like, that is where one of the first colonies, European colonies on North America was. It's pretty interesting. Actually, the cool thing is if you really want to know, like, a cool thing about the rock is that they actually moved it from where the Pilgrims actually had it originally. The spot that it's in now is not the spot that it was in. It's close. It's a close approximation. But the reason is actually pretty cool. If you really, really want to know this, I never thought I'd be sharing this information. So the reason why the rock isn't in the original spot is because during the American Revolution, they brought it up into the center of town, and the Sons of Liberty used it as a recruitment tool to get people to join the revolutionary cause. They used it as a recruitment tool. Yeah, they moved it into the center of town. And then after the Revolutionary War, they moved it back, and they said, frick, guy, do you remember where it was? Nah, dude, I don't remember. Just put it down there by the shoreline, whatever, it's fine. Just put it down there, it'll be okay. People won't frickin' know. Oh, frick, it cracked in half. Oh, shoot. You think they're gonna be mad? Yeah, alright, just put it over there. We'll put a Lincoln, like, memorial thing around it, it'll be great. Does the Lincoln Memorial exist yet? Nah.
Discovery.
Who's Lincoln? Don't worry about it. It's fine. Yep. Pretty cool, huh? That's the reason why it's cracked in half. Because they used it as a recruitment tool for the revolution, which is pretty sweet. Demon! Oh, look. It's the nice number. Mm-hmm. That's exactly how that happened. Dude, that is exactly how it happened. I'm telling you. Who's Lincoln? I don't know. Yeah, one over from Mabel. That's John F. Kennedy Drive. Who the hell is John F. Kennedy? This historical reenactment brought to you by EJ. Yeah, that's right. Just like the Liberty. We have a knack. We really have a knack for, like, making, like, memorials and they just break. Liberty, but there's a freaking crack in it, dude. Oh, you poured too much water on it too fast. I can't do Philly. I don't know how to say that. I don't know how to talk like that. I don't think anybody knows how to talk like that. Scholars maintain that that Philly accent was lost to the sands of time. Chill. Are we gonna put Artemis somewhere in the command center? Yep. British built lasts, made in America breaks. How's your British built colonies over here working out? Those didn't last. Oops. You walked into it, man. You walked into it, dude. Have you been to the Massachusetts Air and Space Museum in Hyannis? No, I haven't.
Discovery, go and throttle
B0,
up.
23 months. Yeah, Hellfish. How's that Lucas wiring system working? Dude, they're still standing. We're just not in control of them, but they lasted. Tessa, I think you might have had a little too much haggis, mate. Mate, I think you might... Mate, I think you had a little bit of too much haggis. You've been snorting that stuff, haven't you? You don't want to get the haggis right out of the oven. You just... Oh, yeah. You know, I think you're snorting too much a little bit, man. I think you need to back off a little bit. Kind of went Irish at the end. Whatever. Doesn't matter. It's all the same. It's not all the same, is it? Don't worry, guys. My new book on how to lose friends and alienate people is coming out very soon. This is the first time I've seen the game. I'm intrigued. Check this out. So, Empire, let me show you what we're working on, dude. Better wiring than the Italians. Hey, the Italians is passionate, okay? At least it's passionate. It's passionate. So when it explodes, it explodes in a fiery, passionate explosion, okay?
Discovery, go and
Yeah,
throttle up.
maybe he's switching, yeah. Hey, Empire got a gifted a sub, right on. You say that for the last 7 years about the book. Hey. I've been just working on the novel. I've been working on the novel. You're gonna work on the novel. You're gonna have a catch a plot. You're gonna have some enemies become friends, some friends become enemies. Huh? You're working on the novel? What? You're working on the novel? Oh, no, yeah. You're just working on it really fast, aren't you, Brian? Oh, yes. Yo, just got off a 2-hour plane trip. Did I miss the static fire? What? Is Starship doing things today? I don't know. I've been out of the loop. One polar orbit once around. Well, I was going to launch this, but no, I decided not to. Let's check out Starbase. Is Starbase doing much? I don't think so. Mary received a notice. Notice doesn't have a T at the end. Vandenberg Air Force Base or Boca Chica? I'll let you decide. SpaceX is ripping apart the concrete pad and repouring. Interesting. Alright, so we saw the launches. I think I'm up to speed. So where did we leave off? We were trying to build those station modules, but I had some nasty writer's block. You can see the pad. Yep. That's right. You can see it. You see his diesel Buick video. Who? Derek's? No, dude. I've been like, fucking when I mean I've been out of the loop. I mean I've been about as far detached from the internet as I've been in like 15 years. I literally didn't use the computer at all. I did this thing called socializing. I hated it. It was terrible. No, I didn't hate it. I got to hang out with Primo's family, and we hadn't seen them in a while, so like, yeah, that was fun, dude. I had a good time. Yeah, there's this socializing thing, man. You know, like, it's fun, dude, but God dang, does it take a lot of work? What's the point of that activity? Socialism? No, we didn't do that. Nope, socializing. Yep. You knew it. EJ's a socialist. Yeah, because you see stuff like this. Yeah, that just rings the socialism bell for you, doesn't it? Just, oh yeah, that guy. Yeah, that's It's hard when chat actually talks back. Oh, what's it like outside? Actually, it's been pretty nice out. You're fixing it for the man. Welcome, comrade. Tovarish. Давай, пошли. Давай. Little concept that you're working on. Very nice, RJ. Those modules look really good. That's what I need to do today. Wants to seize the means of Thanksgiving turkey dinner production? Question, in the context of Thanksgiving, isn't seizing the means of... It wouldn't be seizing the means of production, it'd be seizing the means of reproduction. So you're stuffing a turkey. That's what he meant, right? Because you got a turkey. I like stuffing. And stuffing a turkey? Right. You found a car for me. What is this? What?
Soviet Union. Light-sensitive chromium glass. Fingerprint entry system. Computerized console. Light-sensitive turbo. From the Soviet...
That car is way... That's way too bourgeois for me. Come on, man. Come on. If we're gonna roll like that... I need the Chaika. Alright? If we're gonna do that, give me the Chaika. I want the Chaika. No. Lada is for small people. Me, ogromny. I need a big car. Big car. See? Chaika. Chaika is car for me. Very nice. Dude, the BBS wire wheels, though. It's better than a GT90. That was a piece of junk. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it was. You're not wrong. Why is it lifted? It comes like that, dude. The Chaika was the car. Okay. So, like, and you know, like Men in Black, in Men in Black they have the old busted. They have the 86 LTD. That's like the government, the government car, like the FBI car, like a black sedan, right? That's the Soviets version. Somebody drove up to you in this car and asked you for the time. Run as fast as you can. Listen, I'm 6'6". That thing wouldn't fit my leg. Dude, I can't fit in that Empire, yeah. I can't fit in that. That's why I need a Chaika, man. Don't run, they'll shoot. Yeah, you're pretty much dead. Pretty much dead. Look, if they ask you to go, you go. Or don't. I mean, whatever. Anyway, a little bit too real. Anyway, now this is what you need. No, this is the car for you. Are we... What the frick? I'll take that 69 Mustang over there. Dude, goalie, he has a nitrous accumulator. There's a nitrous accumulator in this thing. Come to Quebec, Canada. Drive this and set a new world record for an infraction ticket. So, bro, this is a spaceship. Yeah. I'm tracing the plumbing like we do with rocket engines because it's pretty much... You know what's messed up? You're not far off. Why though? Why? Oh, I see what he's doing. What? What the frick? What? How does it not melt? Supercharger. How is that? Bro, that... Okay, so there's your fuel. That's your fuel pressure that's your fuel pressure regulator. These two are the fuel lines to the dual carburetors. It's okay. And then you have see those solenoids right there, guys? Those are nitrous solenoids, okay? Okay, so let's tie this into space. I'm going to tie it into space flight. We're going to tie it into space flight. We're going to look at an AJ10. No, not the shoe. I mean, I'm sure those are really nice shoes, but let's look at an AJ10, okay? It is, no. We need, where's that picture of the dude working on one? Service propulsion system. Bingo. Here we go. Look. See up here? Pneumatic systems up there? It's got a solenoid. It's very, very similar. Seriously. The nitrous solenoids are very similar. But what I'm looking at, goalie, it's very interesting. That's not a nitrous accumulator. So he has a fill valve on one side, and then you have your pressure. You have a pressure valve right here. There's a fill valve that's below the pressure valve, so you can fill the tanks, right? And then that's going through to a pressure indicator, and that's going down into the supercharger spacer. So this guy is staging air, fuel, and nitrous, and then spraying more fuel and more nitrous post-compression. Dude, that's like a staged combustion cycle car engine. There's no wait, why would you do that? You're just going to lean the engine out. What, you're just going to, that'll just lead the engine unless he's delivering more fuel post compression. Cuz small PP, dude, you don't know. Geeson, this is not a small PP mobile. No. That's a lifted truck. This is okay, also, a pressure vessel right in front of the passenger. Probably not smart. That's, yeah, there's another one in front of the driver. Guys, let's just, you know, if you crash, you just get a face full of oxidizer. That's the airbag. Yeah, Tessa, that's my guess, but the supercharger actually atomizes fuel really well, and that the atomization and the pressure drop going into the supercharger actually cools it. This is why, like, you can run a carburetor into a supercharger that goes right into the engine, and you don't need an intercooler. Believe it or not, they actually, Merlin engines do this. Like, Spitfire motors do that. So do P51 motors, same engine. Spitfire motors do that. They use a centrifugal supercharger, a procharger that's driven off of the crankshaft. And they deliver air fuel through an updraft carb. Post supercharger going right into the engine, the atomization that the supercharger does actually cools it. You don't need an intercooler. No, it doesn't. It doesn't do that. It does not. It cools it off, Tessa. I don't know why. Something about a roots charger or a centrifugal charger. That's just ridiculous. It's a bit over the top. I'm trying to trace the plumbing, dude. I'm trying to trace the plumbing on the motor. So that's okay. So there's your fuel pressure regulator. It's definitely fuel injected. And that goes to a split that goes up into a fuel. That's a fuel delivery manifold. There's your nitrous solenoids right there. The nitrous solenoids are picking up. So, okay, here's the thing. There's probably this. So believe it or not, this is your oxidizer side of things from what I can tell. Wait, where the frick is the fuel line? Goalie, I would have to look at this thing up close. Did you get any other pictures of this? Because look. Those are nitrous solenoids. So those things, nitrous is a pressurized system, just like a hypergol. It works exactly like a hypergolic system. It is a pressurized delivery mechanism, right? And the solenoids, once the system is pressurized, they click open and they just deliver the nitrous into these spacers. See the orange spacers? But this is a nitrous cheater. There's a fuel delivery solenoid over there because you can't just deliver nitrous into an engine. If you just spray nitrous into a motor, you'll break it instantly. The reason why is because of the fuel ratio. If you're going to increase your quantity of oxidizer, you have to increase. You have to increase your fuel to go with it. If you don't, you're okay. You guys remember SN8 with the green flames? That, but with car engines. It didn't end well for the rocket engine eating itself. You're going to run engine rich. The motor will get too hot. Granny shifting, not double clutching like you should. Surprised that 120 shot of NOS didn't blow the welds on the intake. No, that really will break that. There's a tap-off that... What? Hold on. There's a tap-off that pulls off the supercharger that feeds back up near the blower. Oh, that's cool, man. That's actually pretty sweet. I actually kind of dig it. He's using it. He has a tap off. This motor has a tap off in it. That's freaking cool, man. I like it. I like it a lot. That's a freaking rocket engine. Oh my goodness. That's so cool. Also, that's really cursed. Don't ever link it again, Creeper. That's so cool. That's... He's got... Oh, goalie. I would have stared and I would have asked questions, man. That's literally a rocket motor. It's a rocket motor minus the actual nozzle and rocket engine. There's just a car engine at the end instead of that. Instead of that, there's just a car engine at the end. That's really cool. All forced induction engine use tap-offs to increase fuel pressure at a 1-to-1 ratio. Really? Why did I not know this? Yeah, but help us. Look, this guy's he's got staged nitrous, man. Like, you see, he's got little cheater tanks right there attached to the supercharger on a spacer. See Tessa's last video of the car. Oh. Oh, man. Hang on. You got me a video? Let me take a look. This thing, dude, you know what, man? It seems ridiculous, but you gotta be wary of things that seem ridiculous like this. If it looks over the top, right? It looks ridiculous. It looks absurd. There's a reason for that. Car guys love doing this. They love making stuff that looks ridiculous and over the top. The reason why, right, is because it's designed to throw you off. You're supposed to judge. You're supposed to look at it and say, that's stupid. That's so ridiculous. But if you go and look at this thing, god dang, that's cool. That's a freaking... Dude, it's got... Like, yo, let me put it to you like this, all right? Let me put it to you like this. If you swap this out and put an injector plate down here with a rocket motor, you could make a rocket engine with this stuff. There's enough parts here to literally make a liquid fuel pressure-fed system. Which is pretty freaking cool. I mean, yeah, you could do it. It would be terrible, but you could do it. Yeah, I see the tanks back there. Dude, unbelievable. So you're saying it's about family. Oh, wait, no, I gotta... Family. How do I still have a farmer's tan in November? How does this even Ugh. That's just... Family. Interesting. All right, let's see this video that's going, and then we'll jump in. It's true, Ayers. Yeah, you're not wrong. All right, let me see. Who did this video come from? I always give credit. Dream Goat Incorporated. Okay. $671 blown Chevy 3. It's a small block. 600 horsepower shot of nitrous. 4 stages, full tube chassis, 4-link rear. Four stages of nitrous. So, guys, there's a progressive nitrous controller in this. It's called a progressive nitrous controller. Basically, you have nitrous being delivered at different points through the revs. So there's some nitrous, a certain amount of nitrous gets delivered. This is why he has a bunch of different bottles. A certain amount of nitrous gets delivered down low, and then a different quantities from different tanks gets delivered on the up rev, and then you have another one, and then you have another one up high. Yeah, progressive nitrous controllers are progressive nitrous controllers and stage nitrous controllers are there so you don't melt, so you don't spin the tires. Because when you're going down the drag strip, you don't want to lose traction. That's death. That means you crash. A stage is a separate nitrous system. Yeah. Yeah, that, like I said, that's why there's a bunch of different tanks. That explains all the different tanks, but I'm trying to scroll around here. Let me see. So, okay, fuel, there's your fuel. Crankcase vent is right there. There's a fuel pressure indicator. Wait a minute. Is that going to the nitrous solenoid? If that's nitrous, oh my goodness. It's going into the nitrous solenoids. Yeah, see, see these two solenoids right there, the red ones? The red solenoids there are designed to deliver more fuel, okay? Because when you spray more nitrous, you're going to need to spray more fuel or else your motor's going to lean out. And if it leans out, you're going to get detonation. The deflagration that happens inside of the engine is going to detonate instead. Now, what's the difference between deflagration and detonation? Speed at which the explosion happens. That's the big one. Deflagration, you have a pressure wave at subsonic speeds, so below the speed of sound. Detonation is faster than the speed of sound. Detonation creates, it is a very energetic reaction. It makes way more energy because it's a way more violent of an explosion. Detonations kill car engines because the car engine literally can't take that explosion. It can't take the pop. It will literally overheat because the explosion is literally too hot. Last, please. So how does having a carb before the supercharger work? I thought the supercharger compresses the air. You could spray... That's what I mean, Flykin. The atomization in Tesla, listen to me. You'd think that the supercharger makes the air hot, but it doesn't. It will do it by itself. If you have a turbo that's going in, right, to the engine, you're going to need an intercooler. But the supercharger, because you're delivering air and fuel into the supercharger, it atomizes the fuel because the pressure drops and then it goes up. You get a really big difference in pressure. That change in pressure going into the supercharger, it'll atomize the fuel, and believe it or not, it comes out cold. There's a reason why superchargers don't have intercoolers. You can do it, don't get me wrong, you can do it and you get better performance, but with a roots charger like that, you do not need an intercooler. You could spray air and fuel into it and it'll actually cool down. And then if the guy's running methane, if he's running nitromethane on top of that, I was about to say liquid methane. Not liquid methane. That's Starship. If he's running nitromethane on top of that, it'll actually burn really, really cold. You'd be able to touch the engine and your hand would freeze. Well, not freeze, but it would be cold. He's running methanol. Yep. It's close enough. So those nitrous bottles on the dash are fake, by the way. That's a glove compartment. The reason why? You don't drill holes into a pressure vessel. That is a bad idea. You know what, man? Let me tell you. I wouldn't drive this. But that's cool. That's cool, man. It's a freaking rocket ship, dude. It's gonna wind up. See, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Nobody unironically does this to their car. Makes it a freaking wind-up toy, all right? That's cool, dude. I would be talking to this guy if I was at this show. I'd be like, how did you do it? How are you delivering nitrous in stages? I would nerd the frick out because that's what this thing is, see? That nitrous tank is fake. It's the glove compartment. And the other one is the speedo. Or at least a fake speedometer. I don't think it has a speedo. I think that's just fake. That's cool, man. Dude, look at this thing. It's a freaking rocket engine. That's awesome, man. I dig it. I dig it. That's really cool. Oh, that's so sick. Yep, there's fuel. Red on cars. The red through the AN fittings, that's the fuel delivery solenoids. But that's not your fuel system for the car. That's your fuel system for the nitrous. So you guys want to cheat a little bit. If you're at an auto show and you see somebody has nitrous, you want to see how big the shot is? Look at the diameter of the fuel lines. That'll tell you. That'll tell you. If the fuel line is bigger, think about it for a second, okay? If the fuel line is bigger, you're delivering more nitrous. Why? Because, well, the nitrous line is always going to be bigger because with a gasoline engine, right, you're going about 15 to 1, air to fuel, okay? This is what happens when you use gas and liquid as opposed to gas or liquid like a rocket engine. The stoichiometric ratio, so the ideal ratio that gives you the most efficient burn, all right?
Discovery,
it's very different when you're using gas and liquid, okay? So it's 14 to 1. So 14.7 to 1
Discovery,
if you really want to be technical. Right? I think it's 14.7. Maybe that's something else. Whatever. Anyway, so the nitrous lines are always going to be big. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They're always going to be big because you have to deliver a lot of nitrous. If the fuel lines are big, that's when you got to be like, that's when you're going to be like, okay. Those are -8 fuel lines for the nitrous system. 3/8 to -8 for the nitrous. That's absurd. Most cars have a 3/8 fuel line just for the fuel, for the entirety of the engine. Like my truck, for instance, my truck doesn't even have that. My truck has a 5/16 fuel line. Unbelievable. 3/8 if you want performance. Those are 3/8 fuel lines for the nitrous. That's absurd. Zizep, 61 months. How many engines do you think they're going to test today? I don't know, man. Maybe they'll go for the whole thing. Stoic for methanol is like 6 to 8 or something. Hey, see you. That's a big engine. That's cool, man. All that off of a small block. I'm impressed, dude. That's really cool, goalie. I dig it. I dig it. That car is cool. That car is very cool. Yeah, goalie, the short wheelbase basically makes this thing a death trap. It's a burnout car. This is a burnout car all day. It's not my style. This ain't my style at all, but damn, that thing is cool. Yeah, it's a beast, man. Like I said, rocket engine, dude. This thing probably roasts those tires. I like it. That's really cool. It ain't my style, but it's cool. So guys, with a short wheelbase, you're not gonna get very far. You're not gonna get very far. If you're making a dragster, right? If you're making something that's designed to go fast in a straight line, you want a longer wheelbase. This is why dragsters, you see top fuels, they're stretched. They're stretched really, really far because think about how easy it is to lose traction on a car with that much power, right? And if you're losing traction, well, you ever have a front-wheel drive car, you put dinner plates under the rear wheels, the lunch trays, it starts spinning in circles? If you lose traction with this, these wheels are going to push into the ground and the car is going to spin. Why? Well, now why is that going to happen? Well, there's a lot of weight up on the front wheels up here. There's a lot of weight on the front wheels. Now, when it's sitting like that, that's fine. There's a lot of... I couldn't tell you why there's a lot of weight up on the front wheels, okay? But if you're going down the track and the back of this car squats because you're going down the track or you're trying to drive it fast, all that weight is going to be picked up off the front wheels and it's going to go to the rear. The momentum is going to basically force you back, right? So if you break the rear wheels, right? The rear wheels start breaking loose. They start spinning. You're going to lose traction and all that weight's going to come forward onto the front wheels and push them into the ground. The car will snap around. It'll snap right around. It'll come right around. Snap oversteer does the same thing for a different reason. That's cool though, man. I dig it. My style is more that 69 Mustang back there. Or that 66 Chevelle that's right there. That's nice too. This is a good show, goalie. There's a lot of cool cars there. 56 T-Bird, 51 Tudor, 69 Mustang again. 70 Chevelle. There's a 32 Ford over there. Oh, wait a minute. Nice. Nice. Rare. Very nice. 66 Charger. Cool. Just put your mom in the back to balance it out. Whoa. Roasted. Dude, Imperial. There's an Imperial. Now that's a car, man. I like that too, Hellfish. That's really nice. That's the kind of stuff I'd like to make. I want to just make rocket engine cars, thingamajiggers. That's terrible. Last again, please. Hear it running. Alright, back to Kerbal. Let's go. Nice.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
What was in the background there? I don't see that slow, Chief. Anyway, Klavic, 61 months. Sounds like a chopper, a bit like a Harley. That actually sounded really healthy for what it is.
Force on their engine, and so when I crank it up, I don't.
Ow. Thank you for badly mixing the audio, Donut. I really appreciate that. Sounds good. It sounds nice and healthy. Very nice. A lot of the blower cars there are Lenco 5 speeds. Goalie, you gotta tell me next time one of these shows is coming through. I'll straight up just drive down. Or just fly into the airport, pick me up, and we'll go. Notice how easily those wheels broke loose. Yep. All right, anyway, guys, let's jump in. KSP, let's go. So, we needed to build the station modules. We got the shuttle up and running. The shuttle is good, and the big vehicle is good. So the first thing that I thought about it. I was thinking about it during the vacation, during my vacation. What we need to do is we need to get a core module figured out. Now, let's do some research with the International Space Station here. That would be a good place to start. Or at least Space Station Freedom. What I wanted to do, so we have our shuttle. The shuttle is good to go. It's got the arm on it. I have my passive active payload system just by triggering same vessel collision. That all works. The arm works. The arm works fantastic, believe it or not. I have my the servo power amplifiers and the manipulator positioning mechanism and the PBDS deployment system. These are all real components that are on the space shuttle that I've made CAL controllers do what the real things do, which is actually pretty sweet. The shuttle's pretty much dialed. She's good to go. I'm pretty dang confident in it. The one kind of weird thing with the shuttle was when we carried that unladen payload. We carried an unladen payload into space, unladen swallow, just with Kraken tech, and it actually ended up Kraken striking the ET on the way up. I'm pretty sure it was because of the tank, but I can't figure out why. What was because of the payload, right? The Kraken tech locking system? That is a Kraken tech locking system, RJ. African or European? I don't know that. That's the locking system. I've decided to simplify. I've been trying to figure out ways to simplify the hybrid tech. So instead of making a system that latches, this is actually a little bit different. So we're going to try to root cause the system. I just don't know if it's worth it. I'll tell you about the Kraken tech system in a moment, RJ. I don't think it's worth it because every other launch where I didn't have an unladen payload, an undocked payload flying inside of the payload bay, worked just fine. I'm going to go ahead and guess that it definitely was because I undocked a payload mid-flight. But it did send a weird kind of boom down the hierarchy. And that could have induced a problem that we would find later on. So I'm not going to try and troubleshoot it too much. What I am going to try to do is look at it in the vessel hierarchy viewer. I'm going to look at this bad boy in the hierarchy viewer, and I need to see something with the external tank. I saw where that thing popped. It popped right here. Right on this fairing is where the thing blew up. So that would lead me to believe that there's some kind of weird boogeyman hiding around in the hierarchy, right around the external tank's root parts. So my buddy Theix, a viewer in chat, made a hierarchy visualizer. Okay? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this exact craft file and put it into the I'm going to put it into the hierarchy visual. Oh, it's broken. Theix, she's broken. It hates me. Theix, help. Well, it became a singularity. Oh no, can you press F12 quickly? Yeah, sure, man. I just cleared the cache flykin with the hotkey. It didn't do anything. And select console. Yep, gotcha, man. Error at line 105, called from line 18, called from line 39. Ooh. Failed to load source map. Could not load content for Chrome extension. Give me a moment. Ah, take your time, dude. Oh, wait. Hold on. Alright. Let me, I'll just try one thing on my end real quick. I'm just going to try to load a different file. Let's load the nugget. Huh. Hey, John, I got your message, dude. Yeah. Roadworthy Rescues, dude. It's a good show. I've watched every one, man. So this is a KSP file with basically every one of these green dots is a part, and this just shows the relationship of how the parts go together. I mean, Derek's my freaking hero, man. That guy has taught me so much about how cars work. It's kind of ridiculous. Yeah. See the blue? Blue is struts, red is auto struts, white is a part connection. So, I'm just gonna go back. Oh, it's my craft file, dude. Uh-oh. Theix, hold on a second, pal. No, Thomas, I haven't, but that's cool. I see a lot of symmetry. Engineering team did good work. How can you open the console? Alt F12 opens it for me, Gisus. Yeah. Okay, here's scene hierarchy path. Mark III shuttle cockpit, cargo bay, strut cube, hinge, robotics. It inverse scaled the robotic, guys. That's the problem. In Theix, it looks like it broke because of that. No, Theix, hold on a second, dude. I am pretty damn confident it's the craft file. We found a boogeyman with the craft file. Bingo. I see it. I know what it is. Okay. At least I'm pretty sure. So these cubic octags right here are in symmetry. And there's a robotic part that's placed on top of it that's not in symmetry. So removing these from sim. Because I made the mount points on the other side so we could carry 2 robotic arms if we really need to. I'm just going to name this 1B, and we're going to overwrite the original 1B file because I just used it to screw around. So you're not sure you've handled robotics correctly, though. Okay. Take a look then, man. No, it doesn't like something that's made over symmetry. At least my craft file. That's the problems that I'm getting on my end. Because mirror scale in this game uses negative scaling. Now, that's something from my domain, dude. Negative scaling usually breaks things. So if we save this thing, right? And I go to reload it, right? I just hope I didn't break something. And we load up 1B. It should get rid of this. Yeah, it didn't. Give me one moment. Fix, I don't even have you on Discord.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, that's right, Jonas. We know it worked when it was just the orbiter body. Yeah, and we added the robotics, right? We found a boogeyman in the shuttle hierarchy. Theix didn't like it. Lulu go Brazil? Yeah, they're playing right now, aren't they?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey Blue, what's going on? Let me try reloading. Nope. All right. Hang on a minute, man. Oh no. Oh, okay. I was like, why are the attachment nodes popping up? Something is negative. Something is inverse scaled here, and it's not good. There's a symmetry node in here that it does not like. I think so. I think that'll get rid of it, Weed, if we just get rid of these. Let's try to place a new part. Now let's really put this to the test. Load up Block 1B. So, guys, just give me a moment. I was having a little bit of problems with something here. Oh, thanks, Vin. Yeah, Elon Solo. Mm-hmm. Huh.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Theeks, you tell me if that was good enough, dude. Or just take a screenshot. Take a screenshot of the stream straight up. I'm pretty sure it's the craft file, man. Now, let's, on our end over here, Alt F12, let's load this sucker up, right? And then reload block 1B and see if it loads with those problems there. The only problem that it showed up with was a Cal controller that couldn't find the parts for whatever it was controlling. I see what's wrong, although I have no idea why it's wrong. Give it some time, okay. Lewis, my break was great, dude. Thank you for the resub. 38 months. Yep. Building the arm in symmetry like that, game really didn't like it. Or building it off of a symmetrical component. It really, really didn't like it. Theix, I think that's the problem, but yeah. You tell me. Because if we load this thing back up, the original one, look. We're negative scaling off of a... Yeah, there's a negative scale off of... Oh, crap. Yeah. It's picking up on a negative scale. So, my guess is that I placed this thing first, and I placed it in 2x mirror, and then started building off of the symmetrical, off of the part that came up in symmetry. So I did something like this. That's my guess. Somebody would have to go back in the VOD and look. But please, that's not an invitation. You don't need to do that. So if I place this part first, right? And then we go down like this, right? And then I go over here and I start building in single symmetry off of this part over here, off of the duplicated part, especially with robotics, then it's gonna have a problem. That's a good building technique to learn. Build something first and then put it in symmetry, especially if you're gonna put it on especially if you're gonna put it asymmetrically like this. Yeah, that's a bad habit to get into. I must have done it by accident because I know those are in symmetry. Now the real key is there's not really any way for me to tell which one of these I placed first. So if let's right click and remove these ones from symmetry and see if we can delete that symmetry node there. Do you think at first the Soviets were trying to build Buran because a space flame could deliver a nuclear payload faster than an ICBM? No. No, Gunna. The short story is the Soviets built Buran because they looked at the space shuttle and said, "What the frick?" Honestly, that's the reason. They looked at this thing right here, the thing you see on your screen. They looked at it and said, "What? Why would you make that?" No, seriously. They looked at it and the Soviet defense analysts got so confused. They said, why would you surrender lunar capability? Why would you go from the Saturn V to the space shuttle? That makes no sense. Why would you do that? That's the dumbest idea I've ever heard. Why would you? I mean, ironic, right? They looked at it, Gunna, and they got really freaking confused. And they said, "Look, the only thing that makes that thing good, that thing better, like, okay, what can that do that a Saturn V can't do? Think about it. What does the shuttle do that Saturn V can't? Bring back payload. Or bring payload down. Right? So the Soviets looked at it and said, okay, that's got to be a weapon system. There is really no reason to make something like this. There's no reason to make that. It's got to be a weapon system of some kind. It has to. Why the heck would you do that? Why would you get rid of Saturn V and make that? That makes no sense. And they said, screw it. Screw it. We'll make one. We don't know what this thing does, but we're going to find out. Because maybe if we go and build one, we could it'll come to us later. That's seriously what happened. And personally, I think they were right to look at going from the Saturn V to the shuttle and being like, You're gonna do what? Why would you do that? Yeah, they were right in being confused. Turns out you can also get to the moon with it if you just remove the orbiter from the stack. Yep. They looked at it and they said, this has got to be some kind of weapon system. It's got to be something that's there to... It's got to be something that's there to either A, like they thought it... I mean, the shuttle has ridiculous capability for what it is. Didn't they say they thought it was to steal sats? That's where I was going, Flykin. The other thing that they thought it was going to be is... They thought it would bring it up there to steal satellites. And now, here's the thing. Here's the thing. The Soviets thought that the shuttle was up there to steal satellites. They thought they were going to steal a Salyut module. Salyut 7. So, the Soviet Union was so paranoid about this that they actually... Salyut 7 destroyed itself. It was basically broken. It was a broken space station. They abandoned it. The Soviet Union got so freaked out that the shuttle was going to go and take it that they sent 2 cosmonauts up and they docked to a decrepit station and fixed it from the inside out. They were so scared that the shuttle was going to take it. Now, here's the thing. Did we ever hear anything about the space shuttle stealing Soviet payloads? No. I've read oodles and oodles of papers about the shuttle. I've never heard anything like that. But then again, if we did go and steal a Salyut capsule or a Salyut module or any type of Soviet spy satellite, do you honestly think that it would be some unclassified paper? We'd never hear about it. So something spooked them enough to send 2 cosmonauts up to a space station that was broken and get it back operational. Something scared them enough to do that. Now, could just be some good disinformation. Who knows? That the Germans thought their entire invasion was... during World War II, the Germans thought the Axis powers actually thought the invasion was coming at Point du Hoc for D-Day because they found a dead body washed up on a beach that had plans that the Allies were going to land at Point du Hoc near Calais in France because it was the shortest distance, right? And then they built their entire defensive strategy based off of that. And then the Allies didn't land at Point du Hoc. So disinformation has happened. We've done stuff like that. That was the Brits that came up with that. It was a smart idea. So I wouldn't throw it past us doing stuff like that. But also at the same time, who knows? Yep, looks like you put the cubic octag there in symmetry, started building robotics in sim, and then removed the robotics and then placed it back in single sim. Yep, I broke it. So I wouldn't throw it past the US to try and go to get a Soviet module. Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds like something we would do. But also at the same time, there's no way to prove that. But also, it scared the Soviets enough to build their own space shuttle. They clearly they knew something, whether it was disinformation or not. Clearly they knew something about the space shuttle, and they knew it enough. And whatever the shuttle's capabilities were that they figured out, disinformation or not, it scared them enough to go and build one. Because, yeah, the Soviet defense analysts looked at the damn space shuttle and said, what the frick? Why would you make that? That's the stupidest thing. You got the Saturn V and you go and make that? You know what the funny part is? There were a lot of people here that said that. Wait. We sent people to the moon and now we're not going to do that anymore? Wait, that's the dumbest thing I ever heard. Actually, Von Braun said that if you really want to know. He thought the space shuttle was a dumb idea. See what I mean? There's legitimacy to this. Like, the Glomar Explorer tried to take an entire Soviet submarine. Tried. B0, don't you think if they had something and they knew it was going to pick up a submarine, that they would say, oh yeah, we dropped half of it? Oh yeah, we didn't get all of it. The hooks that we engineered to work 12,000 feet below the sea level. Oh yeah, those hooks didn't work. Oh yeah, you got some of it, huh? You would say that. I don't think they got some of it, man. I think they got all of it. I think they got the whole damn thing. And they just said that. You know why? Because they had to do cleanup. They had to do cleanup because some bonehead journalist broke the story. He broke the story of what the Glomar Explorer was really supposed to do. The press found out about Project Azorian. Oh yeah, we didn't get it. We didn't get all of it. This system doesn't work anymore. I'm just saying, dude. Okay, tinfoil hat is off. Yeah, oh, we dropped all the important parts. Sorry about that. You should check your DIMMs. No. My love. Mi amor. Oh. Why? Why are you outside? Please don't be outside. I think the Nerva Vulcan may have sprouted some legs. I think it may have radiation and stuff. Wasn't that the mission used to find the Titan? Yeah, yeah. Robert Ballard is out there looking for the Titanic, sure. Just went down in the same area that the Thresher went down in. Oh yeah, we were looking for the Titanic though. Yep. Bad hotfix incoming, okay. Project Azorian is legendary engineering, rarest. Azorian is cool, man. It's some Kraken tech, isn't it? Dude, and that's just like dude, I look at this and I'm like, that's just what we know about. Check this out. Project Azorian, the thing that we're talking about is a system to quite literally drop a claw down from a ship and pick up a sunken vessel. Is that you? No, that's Vulcan. Oh yeah, reminds me about Project Marauder, a plasma gun rocket that went dark in the 90s. Oh, I wonder what happened to it. Blackbird, 26-month resub. Glomar Explorer got scrapped. Yeah, Project Azorian is amazing. You want some hardcore engineering? Look, it dropped that. So this ship, the Glomar Explorer, has a well deck inside. It has a well deck. And the well deck holds the damn claw inside of it. So this thing, what it's designed to do is it's designed to go down. It's designed to settle on the ocean floor, right? And these pedals dig themselves into the ocean floor. And it's designed to grab a sunken ship from the bottom of the ocean and pick it up. It is the coolest thing ever. It's awesome. The reason why they built it was to go and find a Soviet submarine on the bottom of the ocean, pick it up. And here's the fricked up part. They got it. They freaking got it. Well, the official story is that they got some of it. Dude, it freaking worked. Is that crazy or what? What do you do once you pick it up? So this thing digs itself into the ground, they're giant, they're not hydraulics. I believe they were pneumatics, right? And this whole freaking claw goes down it digs into the ground, and then the little claws on the side scoop the vessel up underneath, and they don't just try to pull it up. The jacks on the end pick it up out of the dirt, and then they take off. Unfreaking believable. Yeah, I don't think they'd use pneumatics down there. It's got to be hydraulics. Something like that, dude. Yeah, Azorian was hardcore, man. It's Kraken tech in real life, dude. And it's awesome. It's a really, really cool intelligence story, because so Howard Hughes was involved with this. Yes, that Howard Hughes. And the Glomar Explorer was the cover story was that it was a venture for Howard Hughes for deep sea mining. And the reason why they built this ship with this crazy oil derrick built in the center of it, right, was to basically drag a net like on the surface of the ocean and pick up rare earth metals that are on the bottom of the ocean. It had this whole cover story, and there were like a bunch of scientific studies about, like scraping rare metals off the surface and stuff. So when they went to build the ship, nobody asked any questions. And Howard Hughes funded the project. I mean, they pretty much funneled money to him, but whatever. They retrieved an intact tactical nuke, apparently. They retrieved an intact submarine, man. They picked up a submarine off the surface of the ocean. Or off the bottom of the ocean. With that thing. It's freaking crazy, dude. And then the press broke somebody in the press leaked the story, and then the Soviets figured it out, and they were like, You're doing what to our... What are you doing? And we're like, I'm not... Nothing. Mining, man. Then the Germans tried mining that way in reality because of the ship. Yep. Andre, have you lost another submarine? Pythos, there's a submarine that was lost in the vicinity of the Grand Banks. The Knevelov. We've not heard from them in some time. Makes you wonder what else is going on? Yeah, we'll probably never hear about it, dude. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool engineering, dudes. Azorian was nuts, man. Nuts. This thing, like I said, it's designed to go down there and pick a submarine up out of the deep, which is so freaking cool. Also, what you just did is basically a programmer's worst nightmare. No worries, it should be fixed for now. All right, cool. Anyway, let's get back into the vessel hierarchy. Vulcan, that's a very nice Nerva engine, by the way. I'm more fond of the Aerospike that's behind it, but... yeah, that's what I thought I saw. Man. Shame. XRS 2200. It'd be nice if we'd use that for something. Yeah, Thomas, I agree. Funny how that works. Damn. Pigzig, the F-35 is what you want to hear about, dude. Anyway. All right, Theix, let's try it again. Oh. Thix, I'm telling you, it's not your code, man. It's my craft file. I'm telling you, because I made this wrong. I made it incorrectly in Kerbal. The game does not like it. It's this. It's the inverse scale, dude. Inverse scale on the hinges. Now, what could probably fix this is if I sub-assemble all these parts and then just place them back down. That'll probably fix it because we didn't get the error when I deleted these parts. I'm telling you, Theix, it ain't your code. User error. So don't sweat it, man. It's user error. It's me. Definitely the craft file. I know you're saying like, oh, who cares if it's a craft file? The thing should be able to read whatever. No. I basically broke this. Yeah. Yeah, you still want to fix it though. So I'll tell you, it's having trouble picking up on the negative scale. Once it gets to this part, because this part is relatively close in the hierarchy, because it's connected to the Mark III bay, and then that's connected to there, and that's connected to there. It's getting to this and going... So, here, let me remove these from symmetry. Long story short, Aqualex, I built 2 parts in symmetry, and then I built single symmetry off a 2-part symmetry. Kerbal doesn't like that. It really doesn't like that. Yeah, I don't want a hierarchy boogeyman sitting around inside of this thing. So let's save this after I removed symmetry, and we'll see if it works. Sorry guys, this is a little bit of a delay today, but this is the kind of stuff that I'm really happy we found this, because if we didn't, we'd be having a really bad day. Yep, it's still there. It's picking up the parts and part placement, Theix, but it's not picking up the hierarchy. And see this? See this? That's Kraken bait. It's Kraken bait, dudes. In Kerbal. In Theix's thing, it just shows up as a weird trace hierarchy. That's Kraken bait in KSP. This happens. It's an excuse to make this a jettisonable part like the real one, just in case. You're not wrong. Alright, let's go to 1B, right? Overwrite it. And if I take the arm, right? Take it out of symmetry, replace the arm, move her back down, and then I do the same thing with all these parts. And then save it. Yep. Okay. I may have overridden the entire thing, but let me reload the craft file and then go from there. Yeah, guys, that's just being a coder in a nutshell. Users will find a way to break your code. Your code could be the simplest thing. Literally print name hello world, and somebody will find a way to break it. That's just coding, man. One, two, three, four, 5. Now, I replaced that, I replaced that, I replaced that, and it's showing up with 5 items now. So I'm gonna guess it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna go ahead and guess it's the remaining parts are probably all the pieces to the robotic arm. So here's what we'll do. Unlock this and we'll move the motor manipulator back into position. Enable this cow controller. It's at 15, so put it at 7.5 on the dot, and now we're straight up. So this will make it easier to build the arm. I got the same combination on my luggage. Can't believe that. Sorry, I just don't like the see-through fairings. They're really distracting. But unfortunately, to make the external tank the right scale, I have these parts open like that. Yeah. Alright, so I reoriented the motor manipulator positioning mechanism into an up-down. So this thing should be really easy to just rebuild. So what we need to do, just take this apart. See? There were some parts with a backwards orientation. See? I disconnected this thing, and the arm switched directions. See what I mean? Negative scale. Not good. I'll bet you when we take this thing off, it flips around again. Oops. So, what's the problem here? In Theix, this is why I made your code take a dump. This is, and don't get me wrong, guys, this is super advanced Kerbal stuff. Like, this is something you wouldn't really run into just trying to make a rocket go up into space. Trust me on that one. Look, so this is Maya. Maya is a 3D program for making game assets. This is Maya LT. It's designed for making game assets. So, when you place something in symmetry, right? Let's take this primitive. It's just a primitive sphere. That's all it is. Let's go to the front view, right? Go to the front view, take the vertices, select half of the vertices, and make a pill shape, right? Okay, so we have a pill-shaped tank, right? Say this is your fuel tank that you make in KSP, right? And say, oh, you know, I want this to be in symmetry. So you'd think what Kerbal does, and I don't know why the mirror symmetry code was made this way. I'm not 100% sure. So say we're trying to add a fuel tank to our vessel, right? And our vessel is pointed the way the blue arrow is pointing. And I have symmetry open. You'd think that it's just going to duplicate another tank and put it over here. Just like that, right? No, that's not exactly what Kerbal does. What Kerbal does is this. So if I modify my pivot point, take this, modify it to the central axis like this, okay? And then duplicate the shape. So we have P-sphere 2, and I set negative scale. I take the scale, right? Or not that, we need, no, Z scale, right? I take the scale and I make it -1. Look, same thing, right? Same thing. Oh, that's the exact same thing. They're using inverse scale, which is not good. Because what it did was quite literally turn your part inside out. Yeah, the robotics don't like that. The robotics don't like that at all. Yeah, they don't like that. It's negative scale. They're using inverse scale for mirror sim. And the robotics, something that needs to bend and flex in both directions, mirroring that, inverses the control mechanism on the robotics. And that's why the game is like, what do you want me to do with this? I have no freaking idea what you're talking about, man. So with a tank, right? With a tank, that's not a big deal. It's inverse scaling like that doesn't really matter. It really doesn't make a difference. No one's gonna know. But with a robotic part that's designed with complicated gliders and complicated movement, doing that will make issues. See what I'm talking about? That's literally what's breaking this craft file. So don't get me wrong. It's not a mark against Kerbal. It's just when they put, well, frankly, first of all, the SPH was an afterthought. Yeah, the spaceplane hangar, it was an afterthought. They put the spaceplane hangar in. C7, it was known as C7 at the time, put this in because people wanted it. People were like, oh, I want to make airplanes too. So the developers of Kerbal put the SPH in, kind of like, oh, okay, you want to make planes too. So that's a quick and easy way of doing mirror symmetry. It quite literally is mirroring the scale of the piece. That worked. It works just fine with any other type of part. Works just fine. No one's going to know the difference. Heck, I didn't even notice the difference until this, right? So look, if we go and look at the console, look, the effective box size has been force positive and is likely to give unexpected collision geometry. You're screwing with the colliders on the robotic pieces because they have animatable colliders. Okay? So you're taking something that's designed to move like this, right? And then you're negative scaling it, and then you're trying to get it to move like that. It's not going to do that. It's going to break. The game will take a dump. It's not supposed to be like that. So check this out. Look, if I have these colliders, or if I have these robotic parts in mirror symmetry, right, you'd think they're going to move like this, right? They're going to move back and forth. The doors that open up like this. Watch. Now see, they're moving just fine, right? They move fine. Let's reload the craft file. Watch. Watch what happens. Now I swear if these move fine, if they move the same way, I'm going to be a little annoyed because they shouldn't. They should move inverse of each other. Now, they're still moving the same. Huh. It should inverse scale it. Now, okay, now I'm confused. Why does that happen, but the parts that I made aren't inverse scale? Okay, alright. I'm going to try to replicate the problem that I did. Hold on. We need more troubleshooting here. So, alright. That should have done that. It should have broken it. So, I'm going to place this piece, right? That cubic octag, and we're in mirror symmetry. We have the mirror symmetry tool open. Okay, so now I'm going to take a robotic piece. I'm going to get... Actually, we'll place it in symmetry first. Let's see what happens. Okay, that's working right. Now save. They just patched it, Panic? Maybe. Let's reload. Watch. See if that breaks it. It's still working correctly. Interesting. Did we break something? Look. Look. Right here. See? Right here. This line, right where my finger is. This one and this one. These two, right here. Where my pointer finger is and where my thumb is. It broke it. It did it. It definitely broke it. Because look, so we have 5 parts that have bad inverse scale here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, right? And if I take these parts and I get rid of it and we hit save and then we reload the file, it'll be 3. It should only be 3. Now, okay, no, it was 6 before. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What is it now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have 5 parts that are reading with an inverse scale right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So I replace that one, I replace that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm not sure why that one isn't reading on an inverse scale, but let me just take this piece off. Bingo. Look. We tried to pick it up on mirror and it didn't work. I actually think I did replace this one as well. Yeah, if I already did that one, that means it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So, alright, let's do something simple. Grab this and replace it. Now hit save. Now let's reload. It should be 4 now. If it's 4, we figured it out. Reload the exact same file, and let's see how many negative scale collider box errors it's showing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bingo. It is negative scale. I'm not sure why the negative scale didn't work with my test, but it's definitely these pieces, and we are fixing the problem. Nice, J-Speed. So wheat, I'm guessing if we do this, right? And we move that back into position, and then we do the same thing here. And we do it out of sim. Hey, watching. Right on, Wheat. Precisely, Shadowman, yeah. It's gotta be every part. It's gotta be every piece. Yeah, Theix, I don't know. It might not be correlative, but either way, we found a bug with the shuttle. Now, don't get me wrong, fellas. This will probably never be an issue. Probably won't ever be a problem. But it could... The inverse scale, think about this. If I dock something to this, right, and we dock it to a space station with that inverse scale, you could literally scramble the hierarchy on a station. That's why I'm like... I saw this and I'm like... Uh-oh. It's something that needs to be fixed. Does this stuff still work? Oh yeah, that's cool. Aqualex, I think I have to take apart the entire arm, except for the physics-less parts, because the physics-less parts don't have a negative scale, because they don't have a collider box. They're physics-less. Last, please. If you save the arm and remove it completely, how many errors do you get? Nothing, Shadowman. Yeah, it's... Alright. Adrianos, I'm halfway through the KSP tutorials. What game mode should you start with? Just play with Sandbox first, dude. Career mode, I mean, you could play career out of the box. Career science is fun, dude. It gets a little bit challenging if you don't know exactly what you're doing. What I did when I first got KSP Dorados, well, career mode didn't exist, so I played with Sandbox. Why doesn't removing from symmetry trickle down the hierarchy? I don't know. One, two, three, four, five, six. We got 6 errors that time. Well, Shadow Man, that's basically what I just did. Replacing the servo pieces like... Don't tell me they're all like that. Oh boy. Oh boy. We'll chalk that one up to a float point. Alright, so if I save this, I just replaced every component. If I save this, the only things that should show up now are 1, 2, and 3. Let's see. One, 2, 3. But there's 2 of them right there. What are those? Where's 4 and 5? I don't understand. It could be the cubic octags that are with it. It's possible. Alright, just that needs to go 1 tick. So take this piece off. Get rid of that. Where's the one on the other side? Okay. It's forward, like that. Now, get the holder piece. Put the holder piece back in position. Grab a new part. New parts. We shouldn't duplicate. Duplicate might pick up some some transform information. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Move this 1 click forward like that, or backwards, I should say, relative to the vehicle. Move that down like that, and then do the same thing again. Clicked on the wrong piece. That's fine. Game lagged a little bit. It's probably good that we found this. This is a hierarchy gremlin. Yeah, that really could have caused problems. In fact, yeah, dude, you say oh, EJ, you taught me something. I saw what you said a little earlier. You taught me something today. Dude, learning about hypergraph hierarchies and coding hierarchies are what makes me such a good builder. That's why I can do what I do in KSP. I understand how the hierarchy works. Now, don't get me wrong. You can make stuff work just fine, but for what I need it to do,
Go at throttle up.
for what I'm needed to do, and engineering really comes down to whatever you're trying to do. For what I need this stuff to do, yeah, you have to kind of get into the advanced stuff, so you don't have to worry about a Kraken strike, for instance. Stuff that gets reused a lot in Kerbal needs to have a perfect hierarchy. If the hierarchy is pulling errors even before we go to try and build something, you're going to go to build a complicated vehicle. And something like Mint Chip is going to happen, where you put together a 1,000-part vehicle on the surface of Minmus, and then you finally complete it, and then you finally get it to refuel one of your interplanetary spaceships, and the whole thing blows up in your face with 800 people watching. Hey, Nephilim. Ask me how I know. Oh, look. Let's see what's going on around here. There's some Minmus stuff. Yeah, it happened. Let me see if I can find it. I took a picture of it blowing up because I just said, screw it. I don't want to do this anymore because I don't understand what's going on. But yeah, that hierarchy stuff really helps. Eh? Nope, that was career. I had said frick it from there. It literally, dude, I built like a huge fueling outpost. That was a helicopter before helicopters were in the game. I built a huge fueling outpost on Minmus. Cool. And it literally exploded in my face with a lot of people watching. It must have been before this version of Kerbal was installed. There's the Minmus refueling depot. 800, that's a good viewership. Yeah, but there was... I don't know if there were 800 people there. I just picked the number. There was a lot of people. I don't really remember. You say that, but Minship was really cool, so it might be worth it. Alright, yeah. I think it would be really worth it if it works. Yeah. I mean, the explosions are kind of nice, I suppose. But if I can figure it out, if I can fix the stupid thing and then get it to just, you know, just work, then it's going to be really nice. The parts are carrying that negative scale information. We have to rebuild the arm. Yeah. Yep. The parts are carrying the negative scale information, guys. I have to rebuild it, which means we have to go and mess with the cow controllers and everything, but yeah. Yeah, it's not going to be too bad. It's not going to take too long, but... Would using ground anchors fix the Minmus base? No. No, Lenprod. The whole namesake for the conversation is to show that the hierarchy is what fixes it. So you don't have to do it from scratch? Yeah, I mean... If I put my head down right now, it won't take long. I really wanted to work on those space station modules today, but... Dude, the way I see it is that we really can't even get to that point if this thing doesn't work, right? So... Is Minchip something you could do successfully given your knowledge today? Absolutely. Oh yeah. Rebuild the arm as its own craft to be ambidextrously attachable as well as jettisonable. If we make it jettisonable, guys, how are we going to do that? What are we going to use? A docking port? Are we going to use a decoupler? What do we use? C4, nice. Decoupler. The one thing that kind of pops into my head, JSpeed, is that if we're going to use a decoupler, why not use a docking port? They're the same shape. That's the smallest decoupling mechanism we have in the game, right there. And the docking port is not that much more. I'm thinking. Aqualex, we could just use toggle vessel collision to get it from the unlatched position. That's not a big problem. A grapple docking port J-speed at like 0.25 meter would be useful as heck, man.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
No, the arm is a separate craft because you just jettisoned it. Can you think of a case scenario where we would jettison the arm when it's in the attached position, Aqualex? It most likely would be a scenario where it's like attached to a payload and the thing wiggles out of control. I don't think I'm ever going to have to jettison the arm when it's stowed. Does that make sense? Hey, Minion. 62 months. Damn, dude. You know what? I'm going to check one thing here. No! People going up and down the highway, dude. Do we have any plans to reuse this shuttle? If not, IMO, no need to make it jettisonable. It's designed with reuse in mind. But I'm not going to, no. I could. I designed all the systems into it to make it reusable. If we need to. It can it can reattach to the ET if I needed to. Yeah, Thomas, that was a real interesting sound. It sounded kind of like a fighter jet almost, but not. I'm trying to think, guys. How are we gonna do this? So hold off on jettisonable systems for now, guys. That's something you guys are talking about. That's not something that I'm thinking about here. It's interesting that these things are carrying the inverse scale. They're carrying inverse scale with them. But it could just be those cubic octags right there. Give me 1 second. Let me try. It could be those octag struts because those ones are placed as well. Those ones don't really do anything. They're just there to make it look like the arm is held together. I'm wondering if that's why it's picking up on it. Just out of curiosity, you know? Give me 1 moment. Oh, I can't believe it. I mean, honestly, it's a rookie mistake. That's a rookie. Well, not. You know, I'm not gonna sit here and say it's a rookie mistake, dude. Most people aren't really even thinking about this when they go to build this stuff. But I should be. Yep. See, we got it down to 4. So let me see. Scene hierarchy path. Mark III cargo bay. Strut
Discovery,
cube.
go at throttle up.
Hinge. Hinge. Servo. Cube strut. That was just one of them. Now it's only down to 4. Hinge 01. So strut cube hinge 01 model. Robotics hinge 01. Hinge 01S top joints tube cut model cube strut. Cube screw cut? Cube strut? So at the end of the hierarchy here, cubic octagonal strut, cubic octagonal strut, cubic octagonal strut. There's 4 cube octags that are really screwing me up now. So it could be these ones. 1,
Discovery,
2,
go at throttle up.
3, 4. Delete them. Just so you know, I'm still updating small hotfixes. If I see nothing wrong on stream, if you notice errors in console, you're welcome to yell at you. Got it. Okay, we reloaded. We're back to 5. All right. Let's rebuild it. I'm going to rebuild it right now. We're going to rebuild the arm. Right now. I'm going to rebuild the exact same thing. So let's just take this into account. What do I need to do? We need to get the motor manipulator position mechanism. All right. We need to get the that needs to go. Hey, RB. I don't know what that means. Okay. pretty sweet, Panta, isn't it? Alright. I have the arm in the block 1B thing, but what I'm still gonna do is back the craft file, just in case. We're gonna back it up. CTS block 1B. Copy it. I'm going to put it in my old engineering mode save folder, just as a backup. That's a good spot for it. It's there. CTS 5 block 1, 11/28/22. Sweet. Close that out for a moment, and we're gonna update this one. We're gonna update the master file, so we got to be very careful here. So the first thing that we're gonna do is dump this, dump this, dump this, and dump that. Get rid of those. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. I'm just gonna junk anything that had to do with that motor, the manipulator positioning. We're gonna save it. And we're going to reload it, and we're going to make sure it doesn't pick up on anything. Nope, no yellow text. Good. Good. Now what I'm going to do is we're going to do this, but we're not... I'm going to load here. We're going to load 1B, and we're going to merge the craft files. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull the arm off, and then pull one of these off as well, just so I have the design in my head. Now, you got to be careful. When you bring vehicles with CAL controllers and it double assigns the CAL controllers, it can screw stuff up. But we deleted all of our CAL controllers except for the payload bay deployment system. So if we disable, okay, cool. PBDS is still working correctly. Payload bay door system. I'm just using this so I can get the exact positioning right. And I don't necessarily want to attach this arm. More so just put it in the right spot so we can get our proportions correct. RB, where have you been? Okay, so now we sleeping. All right. Didn't expect you to actually give me a real answer, but that's cool. I don't know what I was expecting, chat. Okay, first piece in place. I'm going to take that servo manipulator hinge, no damping force, traverse rate to 0. That's fine. Now, we're going to do the same over here, and here, and here. This is my manipulator positioning mechanism, or the MPM for short. This thing basically gets the arm out of the way. Not a lot of people know, the robotic arm on the shuttle, when the payload bay doors are closed, it actually rotates inwards. And then when the payload bay doors open, it rotates outwards so they can pull payload out of the payload bay. That mechanism that moves it back and forth is the manipulator positioning mechanism. MPM for short. So now I'm going to get a Cal controller. And we're going to take the manipulator position. We're going to take that Cal and literally name it the MPM, just like it was before. And set that to a 15-second interval right here. Manipulator positioning mechanism. Now these need to be actually -2.5 to +2.5 like that. And what I'm going to do, we're going to delete that. We're going to delete that. We're going to delete that. Get out of here like this. Just copy it so every one of those has the same information on it, and then just move them into position. Actually, don't do those just yet. Let's just do this one and this one for now. Because I do need... we need to figure out that relationship again, which is going to suck. I should have put that on the cubic octag, but that's okay. Also, I see I missed some tall orange boy flying. You're lost, dude. That cubic octag, instead of putting it in the center like what I had, I'm going to put it over where it needs to go. And now, I do like that hinge right there, that 0-0 hinge. But part of the things that one of the problems that I kind of found when we were using the ARM before was that that hinge really isn't strong. Even if you overclock it, it's still not very strong. So we're going to replace this with an alligator hinge. The alligator hinges do have a little bit more motor torque, and they are just kind of a little bit of a bigger hinge there. They have 200 as opposed to this thing's 50. So let's take this, move that to traverse 0, set that like this, and then move it down into position. And then I'm going to take another cubic octag and we'll attach another cubic octag to the end here. And then I'll put that one over there, like that. And now we're going to add the wrist pin. This one can be traverse rate 0, damping 0. I take it this is the new shuttle you're building. This isn't a shuttle. This is a battleship. Yeah. Yes, this is the new shuttle that I'm building, dude. I had some problems with the old ARM. And yeah, I'm just going to fix that right now. There's the manipulator. So this is manipulator pitch, manipulator yaw, manipulator roll. And then I need, for the latching end effector, we need that. And we need a docking port. So what we do now need these cubic octags to be slightly offset. That one really can't be. Really don't have a choice with that one. That's okay. Alright, now give me an RCS ball. RCS ball. Disabled thrust, no thrust limiter. Absolute snapped. Exactly over that and in position right there. Now do the same thing right here. This is the holder mechanism, basically what sets the arm into this cradle that I'm building here. When was the last time you touched a toad? I don't know. I'm busy right now, dude. Dude, I don't go outside. I'm a freaking fake rocket scientist. I don't go outside. What's wrong with you? Do I look like I go outside to you? Man, I had to go and socialize with people like for the past 5 days, man. I had to go socialize with my future in-laws. Does that look like I enjoyed it? Do it look like I do that? I don't do that. Okay, Slip, I'll bite. Why do you ask? I'm gonna regret this, aren't I? I'm gonna regret it. I know the internet. Are you comparing your in-laws to toads? No! They watch the stream too. No, they're cool. Well, sometimes people have nice stories to tell. This has not turned into a nice story to tell. I don't think this has turned into a nice story to tell, man. I'm gonna get a call soon. No, but it's funny. Yeah. Yep. Call Brimo. She's crying. She's like, I love my family. What's wrong with you? I'm like, sorry. All right. All right. I'm going to take one of these panels here. And this is the part where this is going to get a little weird. I need that piece right there. So I got to attach this here. And unfortunately, that's going to give me a weird inverse scale problem, see? Dump that. Now, the only thing this should be giving is that, if we reload it. There's only two. There's only two of them, and they're 2 cubic octag struts. Maybe I copied some from the original
Discovery,
arm by
go at
accident.
throttle up.
Hey, Twidget. What's going on? Alright, let's just delete that. It took me 2 seconds to make it. Okay. That's my thoughts, Arcalex. That's basically what we gotta do. But this arm should be, for the most part. I'm gonna basically just do it after this here. So that's gotta be like that. And then to save on some parts, what I'm gonna do is this. That's gotta be like that. Hey, T-Man. Let's see. Let's see what's going on. That's one of them.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Bagel, what's going on? Hey, Bagel, a viewer sent me, one of my buddies actually sent me this picture today. I wonder where that is. I wonder where that is. That's pretty neat. Yeah. My question is, why is that cubic octet strut not throwing me an error? So if we do this, right? And I move this down here, like how it's supposed to be, like that. Let's open up that console again. Save it. I think so, Hellfish. No, RB, I don't think I was. Okay. It's the symmetry mode. Symmetry mode is what's doing it. Never mind. It's definitely not the symmetry mode. Forget what I just said. But I did place those when I had mirror symmetry set to nothing, so... This is fine.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, go boy. 65 months. Yeah, Moto, I gotta talk to Scott. I would love to. I have an idea. Might fix it. Yeah, he did something about the Canadarm, Moto Kid. You like politics? Nah, Kaseri. I don't really talk about it here at all because it's a waste of my time. And yours. I'm a space streamer. There's plenty of political streamers out there, dude, that you can go watch. Know what I'm saying? It's just not for me. You like dags? You like dags? Nah, it's alright, Oculus, don't worry about it. Hey, Aji. Probably the 100th time you've heard it. It's all good, man. How are you? I hope you had a good time. Thanks, man. Yeah, it was fun. I'm fine. Team No Sleep. Have my own company. It was Black Friday, so I have a break now. Damn, dude. Yeah. I've narrowed it down to some cubic octag struts. I thought that placing him with the radial changing the mode, switching it to radial would fix it. And it seems to have cut it down to a couple of parts. I think it's just the 3 cubic octags. Let me reload and see. Ugh. Let's see what it shows, Wheat. Those cubic octags. It's interesting. What do we got? How many? 3 cubic struts. And then it's all the cubic octags. That's so weird. Mark III shuttle, Mark III cargo bay, strut, so hinge 01, hinge 01 clone, hinge 01S, top joint, strut cube, model cube strut. That's that right there. That's that piece. So if we just, you know, got rid of it for a second. But that has my latching systems. The latching system shouldn't be that hard to replace. I've narrowed it down to these cubic octag struts. They were placed in inverse scale, but I don't think it was because of a hierarchy error. I think that's something weird with that part. I don't know why it feels the need to inverse scale these things, like the way that the way that it's doing it. Let's just try it. Try it again. Wait, I'm not even sure that it's going to cause an issue. Alright. Get rid of it. Let's see. Let's see if it really is the parts that I'm thinking. So save this and leave the NPM actuators there and see if it pulls an error. No, it's not clipping or anything. It's picking up on 3 cubic. So let's try that one, and that one. No. No, where did that go? I don't know what I attached it to. It's only certain cubic octagonal struts, Aqualex. That's what I'm really trying to... That's what's really, really screwing me up here. It's only certain pieces. It's only at certain times when you place them. Because, look, we loaded the craft file just fine, and sure enough, what started the day here where I saw that boogeyman with the external tank, who sees it? Who sees it? I don't know if you were here, but my external tank was having problems. The one time I carried a payload bay unladen through here, it snapped the tank in half. Who can see why and where? It's right here. Right there. Yep. There's one connection right there between size 4 tank 02 and size 4 adapter. There's one connection. That's the problem. That's why the tank broke before. But also, it loaded the craft file just fine, just on a side note. It's that inverse scale. Theix, you're I'm positive. It's the inverse scale. Theix, if you're just chilling in the background, dude, you have to find a way to get the hierarchy to pick up on inverse scale. Or the hierarchy viewer to pick up on inverse scale. I don't know how to do that. I might have fixed it though. Try checking the console. It should print if the parts are missing. Alright. Well, just to make sure that we're all on the same page here, what I'm going to do is go back into my engineering mode save, and I'm going to I'll grab the backup shuttle file. CTS5 block 1. That's the file we started with today. I'm going to go in here, replace the file in destination. Boy. It's the 3 cubic octag struts on the arm and the 3 cubic octag struts that are holding this thing. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Every single one of those struts is post a robotic piece. Every single one that's fouling is attached after a robotic. Interesting. Interesting. All right, Theix. Let's put this to the test. Oh, you fixed it. Let's go in here. What is this madness that I'm looking at? Theix made a vessel hierarchy. Alleviate? Yeah, okay, Theix. Interesting. So whatever you did, you fixed it. You made it pick up on negative scale. What you guys are looking at here, Alleviate, is you're looking at a file. You're looking at the shuttle's craft file in hierarchical form. Basically, it's where all the parts are. It's where all the parts are placed. I use this to teach about hierarchy and structure. Yeah, it's the hierarchy for the shuttle. You remember all those panels? Remember the panels on the shuttle? The panels that I used to, that I said will work like tiles, right? Well, this is what I see when I build. This is what I'm looking at. When I put stuff together in Kerbal, this is what I see. And this is what I'm looking for, because how you put it together really matters, just like real life, right? So, you know, the tiles, we're trying to use panels, right, as a heat shield to disperse the heat correctly, right? And I had to build them in such a way so that I would get them to flux heat. Tiles look a lot like cooling vanes, don't they? If you look at it from a certain angle, the panels and how they're attached look like cooling vanes, don't they? That's what I mean. See? It's a cooling vane. It'll flux the heat from the fairing, and it'll go down here, and then it'll flux out to these panels. It'll move the heat around, the re-entry heating when we come back in. See? This is what I'm looking at when I build. This is what I see when I build. Theix just basically figured out a way, or built a tool so you guys would be able to see it as well. I don't even see the code anymore. All I see is blonde, brunette, redhead. Mm-hmm. Yep. And there's the robotic arm. It seems to be picking up on it. Now, this is the same exact craft file, dudes. This is the same craft file. This is in the Kerbal editor, and this is in the hierarchy viewer. It's the same thing. Now, the blue lines are struts, and then red lines are grandparent strut. Think the shuttle's strong? Oh, she's strong. She's very strong. I use grandparent strut and I use auto struts over symmetry to try and make the lattices and the stringers that the real shuttle has. I have the struts run basically, I try to run them on the exact same lines between different components, right? See, those are grandparent struts. See, and I try to have all this run in a certain way to mimic the underside structure of the shuttle. And that's exactly what we did. They mimic the underside. So if you went and look, and I swear I do this on purpose, you look at a space shuttle cutaway. This is Buran, but Buran is very similar. See the stringers and the struts? The stringers over the wings? How that all comes together? You have these bulkheads that are going this way, and then you have stringers that are holding, stringers and struts that are holding everything together. If we go back over into the vessel hierarchy visualizer, the struts act as those stringers, the auto struts. See? We can shut that off. It makes it hard to look at. But that's how my whole vehicle goes together. I can do the same type of visualization in here if we go visualize auto struts. See? And looking at this in the game makes the thing really unhappy, but there it is. Same thing. That's all Theix did. I'm saying that. I'm not trying to undermine, you know, Theix's work, but yeah. It's just a way to look at it in hierarchical form. Very, very easy. It's very good for teaching. Now, Theix, honestly, if it loads correctly, the cubic octag struts, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, those are causing some problems. For me, at least. They don't cause problems for you anymore, so clearly it's not an issue. Now, what I'm wondering is if, you know, if I get rid of 1, 2, and 3, that takes out half of them, but problem is that 4, 5, and 6 are on the main hierarchical line for the arm, and now I'm kind of worried about that. Could we have the Artemis stream in the corner? Yeah, sure. Well, my fix was to basically ignore the parts that cause problems, so I haven't really fixed anything. Put a full screen for a second? Sure. The OLM is in chill down. Take it in, guys. You're not going to see another picture like this. I'm serious. Where Orion is going for the rest of the Artemis missions is not even close to here. You're never gonna see another picture like this. The next time you'll see a picture like this is when we have a spacecraft leaving from Mars. Because they're not doing distant retrogrades ever again. This was only a shakedown cruise for the Orion capsule and its service module. They only chose this orbit because it has an extremely long orbital period around the moon. So once again, enjoy the view while it lasts. You're never going to see another view like this, ever, for the Artemis missions. Why isn't the capsule rolling to dissipate heat like Apollo? They keep the butt end of the spacecraft pointed at the sun for better thermals. Thrawn. Long story short, they don't need to barbecue roll it. What's planning in the coming days for Orion? Now, the big thing that you guys are going to want to see is when they transit the moon. So you want the departure correction burn, which should be on the 4th or the 5th. That's when Orion will transit over the close side of the moon during daylight. So we should be able to get some views of the Apollo landing sites. That's happening a little bit later in the week. You do not want to miss that. They are in orbit. They're in distant retrograde orbit, RJ. Yep. Zongu, 53 months. I'd like to get my butt in where better thermals are too. Yeah, no, who doesn't? Who doesn't? Can you link this picture? Oh, it's not a picture. This is a live stream. It's not a picture, guys. That's a live shot. It's just stuff is moving too slow because the Artemis 1 Orion is in a really high orbit above the moon. I don't think we'll be able to see it on camera, RJ, but maybe. Who knows? This camera is recording in 4K, guys, and it will be... The footage of this thing will be uploaded locally once the capsule gets back. It's being recorded locally, and it'll be uploaded once the capsule gets back. The rest of Artemis is going to be retrograde free return, right? No, they have to do a DRO departure burn. Yeah, there you go, Thomas. DRO departure burn on the 1st, second powered flyby on the 5th, splash on the 11th. The 5th is what you're going to want to see. That's when they're going to go over the close side of the moon. The movie Top Gun lied to me. Fast things don't go flashy. Kappa, it isn't moving very fast right now. Orion's probably going, I don't know, 3,200 kilometers an hour, if I had to guess, looking at this. By where it is in orbit and stuff. Maybe 2,000 miles an hour, maybe a little bit more than that. She's not going too fast. The 2,000 miles an hour relative to the celestial body that you're orbiting around is actually super slow. That's really slow. Considering to get into low Earth orbit around Earth, you need to be going 17,500 miles an hour, or what is that? 28,000 kilometers an hour. Yeah, this thing is not moving very fast. Orbital mechanics, man. You're in this picture, Haji. If it's daytime out, you're in this picture. Funny how that works. How late on the 5th is the second flyby? I'm not sure. I mean, technically everyone's in this picture. Some of them are just being blocked by Earth. Here's a weird question. Orion may be orbiting retrograde around the moon, but is it still moving prograde relative to Earth? It's orbiting around the moon, which is, yes, it's going prograde relative to Earth. So yes, it's local. Everything is relative, Squishin. Yep, speed is relative to whatever you're orbiting around, and gravity. That's what Einstein's formula is all about, relativity, because everything is relative. That's one hell of a picture. Like I said, you're never going to get these views again. Every other Artemis capsule is not going to distant retrograde. This is the only one. So this is the only time you'll ever see something like this. Ever. Ever. There are no plans to put another Orion capsule into a DRO like this. You're never going to see the Earth and the Moon and Orion like this ever again. Okay, so what do you estimate Orion's speed relative to Earth is? Maybe less than 5,000 kilometers an hour or even slower? I don't know. Why are they doing it this time? Haji, they wanted to put this thing into a really wild orbit around the moon. They wanted to put it into a wild orbit around the moon. They wanted to put it into this wild orbit around the moon to test the capsule's systems out. The short story for that is, basically what I like to tell people, dude, is that Orion is not just a human-rated capsule. It's literally half satellite, half capsule. Yeah. So solar panels, right? There's solar panels on it, and it's designed to stay up there for a long period of time. They needed to find a way to put it into some type of orbit that's going to keep it up there for a long period of time to make sure that the service module can stay up there for a long period of time. This distant retrograde orbit has an insanely, like, a week-long orbital period. The DRO. That's good enough. You keep in mind, guys, this is a short-duration mission. This is only doing one orbit. One distant retrograde orbit. And the orbital period for a DRO is 2 weeks. This is only doing half of, well, actually, one DRO is actually 1 week, to be honest with you. One distant retrograde orbit where they're at around the moon is just 1 week. The long duration mission called for 2 distant retrograde orbits around the moon. So it's going to do 2 and then come home. This one is only doing 1 with this mission profile. Either one of them is good enough to really shake down that service module and make sure that it's working right. Powered flyby coverage starts at 9 a.m. on the 5th with a briefing at 5 p.m. to discuss the burn and deployment of marine assets. Cool. So is this built up for Gateway? No, it's not really going where Gateway would be going, dude. Yeah, it's not really going. Gateway would be over here somewhere. Gateway's orbit would be down here, like this. That's why you're never going to see this shot again. You're never going to see a shot like this. Gateway's orbit is kind of like this. Around the moon. Why did they choose this orbit? What? Are you serious? I just answered that a moment ago. Can you link the image again? Once again, fellas, this is not an image. It's a live stream. That is live streaming from the capsule. It's not an image, dudes. It's a stream. That is a live shot from Orion looking at the moon and Earth. So Thrawn, just because I like you, if it was Sirius, I would have told him to go pound sand by now. Hi, Sirius, by the way. I should be yawning this early into a stream, but anyway, they put it in this type of orbit to really shake it down. They wanted to leave it up there for a little while. This type of orbit basically leaves it up there for a little while and allows them to test the maneuvering system, solar panels, thermal, stuff like that. Thrawn, the reason why is because Orion is not just a capsule. It's like half satellite, half capsule. Because okay, this is where we'll build off of the last explanation. So Haji, you're going to want to listen to this too. So why? Why the heck do you build a capsule that's half satellite, half capsule? Okay. Cast your mind back to the Apollo missions. Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin. Everybody remembers those guys. Does anybody remember the third crew member? Michael Collins. In the command module, floating around the Earth. Or floating around the moon, right? He stayed up there in the command module. The command module pilot stayed up there, right? You pick up where I'm going with this? Mike Collins, yeah. Mm-hmm. You picking up where I'm going with this? I don't think I need to mention at this point why it would probably be good to be able to leave the capsule unattended, so everybody can go down to the surface. That's right. Orion is designed to basically operate autonomously for extremely long periods of time by itself. Well, I don't know. You go down and hang out on the moon for a couple of months and then come back up to the capsule and then send it home. There's a reason why they want Orion to be half satellite, because if you're going to explore the moon or if you're going to explore Mars, right? If you're going to do a 3-month stay, for instance, on the moon, right? 3 months down on the surface with a nice big lunar starship or something, you're not going to leave one person up in that damn capsule for 3 months. Dude, I don't think that's a good idea. That's why Orion is really... That's one of the reasons that makes Orion a real true deep space exploration capsule. It is designed to operate by itself, autonomously, sitting out in the middle of nowhere, in deep space, and it's not a problem. That's why they put it into distant retrograde, because they're trying to keep the capsule up above the Van Allen belts for long periods of time, and this was a good way to do it. This is how the reboot of Gilligan's Moon Island gets started. Yep. Couple of months, they'll never want to leave.
Go and throttle up.
Thanks for your patience, Sensei. Yep. I'd do it. Yeah, I probably would too, Pop. If I had the internet, I'd be fine. Why is the top part bluish compared to the white back? So see where that NASA logo is right in the center, the red one, the worm logo? Anything from there down gets deleted when it goes back towards Earth. This part that's a different color, it's metal, it's a metal-ish color. It's mylar wrap over shuttle tiles, believe it or not. If you look, see all those dots? They're space shuttle tiles on Orion, on the backside of the capsule. And then kind of this thing right here, dudes, this thing is basically a bowl. Think about it. It's a bowl, and it's holding the heat shield. And it's holding Orion to the service module. The reason why the bottom part is white is because it's better thermals in space, but the service module ain't coming back. That anything from there down is getting bullied when they go near the atmosphere. That's going to happen a little bit later. What do you suppose the altitude is over the moon right now? Um, 50,000 miles. 50,000, I'd say. Orion is 4,300 to 32,194 kilometers from Earth. The farthest from home it will travel in this journey, 69,283 kilometers from the moon. Hey, I was pretty close. Hey, Tara, thanks for the raid. What's going on? What were you up to? I feel like the slang for poop and a donkey. Oh, okay. Yeah, the part that's different colors is this part. Thank you, Thomas. This is during acoustic testing.
Discovery, go at throttle.
You know how I know it's acoustic testing? Because this literally looks like a nightclub with the stacks of freaking speakers around it. Yes, that's how they do it. Yep, there's Orion. See? It's all shuttle tiles, always has been. Yeah, don't step right there. You know how I know? It says no step on it. No step on capsule. You okay, Taradra? Leg, 57 months KSP. Kerbal career super hard mode. Nice, nice. Yep. Do they play Skrillex? No. This is what they play. Anyway, is there a worst case backup mission, like when Orion drifts off or goes to fault, that they can launch a rescue for the astronauts there? Or am I more overthinking it? How you gotta kind of think about spaceflight, Haji, is, I mean, yeah, a rescue mission is always an option, but you really shouldn't be planning for failure, if that makes any sense. You don't really plan for failure with spaceflight. Now, don't get me wrong, curveballs do happen, so you have to be prepared. But if an Orion capsule is malfunctioning, like out at the gateway or something, NASA would probably look to find a more localized solution than, oh, just send another capsule. Sending another of the same thing, any Kerbal player knows this. Sending another capsule that's the exact same design as the capsule that's malfunctioning is probably not a good idea. You don't know what's wrong with that capsule. What if you send the other one and end up stranding more people in space? I guarantee you that's happened to every Kerbal player at some point. Where's Artemis heading towards? What's its goal? The Artemis program in general, VMES, or just Artemis 1? Artemis 1 is a shakedown cruise for the capsule. The Artemis program in general is looking at sustained lunar presence. We're basically picking up where the Apollo program left off. Yeah, it is, Squall. After a long day of basically nothing, prop load on Booster 7 has begun. Okay. I heard NASA and the ESA are trying to find a way to recover the service module. That's a trade study that was done, Squishton. I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but it'd be cool. You plan for contingencies, dudes, but you really don't go about thinking... So, like, okay, let me give you an example. In Kerbal, we're messing around with the space shuttle, right? We're messing around with our shuttle. Do I give the shuttle a second set of landing gear? Why not? Why would I give it a second set of landing gear? Oh, in case the first one fails. Well, the first set of landing gear isn't likely to fail. Why would I give it 2? I mean, it's Kerbal, it might, but it won't. We've tested it. We know it works. Okay? So, why would I give it another set of gear? That doesn't make any sense. Why would you give the space shuttle parachutes? You see what I mean? That doesn't really... Why would you do that? Just make sure the landing gear works, right? DJ Free, what's up, man? Hey, man, I've been playing Kerbal for a while now before the groundbreaking expansion. So I was wondering if you have any great YouTubers doing some career with the newest KSP version. I did a pretty good career mode with it for a little while. You know? But yeah, you don't really... Spaceflight doesn't work that way. You don't really plan for failures like that. You don't... Because Haji, as far as I'm concerned, if a problem happens on the mission, right? Not as far as I'm concerned. It's NASA. This isn't me. I'm just regurgitating what NASA says in their systems engineering manual, basically. If you have a big enough problem where it constitutes launching a rescue vehicle to get at your first vehicle, this isn't Kerbal. You screwed up badly. That doesn't mean that there is a design flaw with the capsule. That means you screwed up. And that's not necessarily an engineering thing, you know what I mean? Just like what the hell's adding another piece of landing gear to the shuttle gonna do? It's only gonna make it heavier, right? So that means there's something very, very wrong, and there's something that was very, very much overlooked, which means there's something wrong with your space program. Dude, look at every single failure that NASA has had. Every single one of them. It doesn't really go back to the engineering. The engineering, physics works fine every time. It always goes back to the space program not being run correctly, which is more of a human component rather than anything. But, you know, NASA, everybody at NASA, everybody that's working in the Artemis program in NASA has this like periodically driven into their head that you really can't make mistakes. Don't make mistakes. And if you do, tell somebody about it so you can fix it. Because you shouldn't run into any surprises when you're out by the moon. Because if you do, you're gonna be in a really bad spot. I'll take Apollo 13 for instance. Apollo 13. They go to stir the tanks. On the, I think it was the life support systems. So an O2 tank. They stir it, and there's a short inside of the tank, and it blows up, and part of the spacecraft explodes. Houston, we've had a problem here. Why? Why did the tank explode? It didn't explode on Apollo 12, and it didn't explode on Apollo 11. Well, on Apollo 12 and Apollo 11, you didn't have somebody drop the damn tank before they installed it in the spacecraft. Yeah, that's right. Someone dropped the life support system on the ground and said, oh, let's just install this. Yep, installed. Okay. See what I mean? That's the kind of stuff it really starts with doing stuff correctly on the ground. You don't plan for failures like that. Now, don't get me wrong. There are contingencies, and NASA does think about, okay, what happens if something goes wrong right here? What are we going to do? But they don't really explore the idea so much as to tee up another launch vehicle on the pad to rescue. You know what I mean? If you have to do that, there's something very wrong with your spacecraft, and you probably shouldn't have launched it in the first place. Yeah, Zarakesh, well, yeah, exactly. I know NASA engineers. They basically drill into their heads to not do that anymore. If you make a mistake, that's fine. People make mistakes. Tell people about it so you can fix it so you don't get somebody killed. Oh, no. I must be dropped as well. I keep pressing the same button over and over again. So should we have a program run by robots? I thought the objective was to make humans an interplanetary species. No, firework, no. But one could make the argument that more robots were involved with building SLS this time around than robots involved with building the Saturn V, don't you think? We already do that. And it's not to say that the entire space program should be robotic either. You're thinking, we're talking about differential equations, and you're saying, 2 + 2 = chair. It's more complicated than that. It's always more complicated than that. You automate processes that need to be automated with robots, but robots aren't your end-all be-all solution. Because sending a probe to Mars is not the same as sending somebody there. Understand? What really happened on Apollo 13? I just said what happened. They tried to stir the tanks because you don't want the oxygen to pool inside of the tank, so they literally stir them like a mixer. There's a mixer in there that stirs actually it heats the inside up, if you really want to know. Somebody dropped the tank and then they loaded it with oxidizer, which makes things explode really, really nicely. And when they dropped it, it cracked a bit of the heater, and the heater shorted out. Source of ignition plus liquid oxygen plus anything that's flammable equals big explosion. Sorry, I just got here. Yeah, the freaking O2 tank exploded. Hey, man, 42-month resub. But yeah, guys, here's the thing. You don't plan that way. Haji, could they do that? Sure, of course. They could time it so they would always have a spare spacecraft ready to go, just in case there needs to be some kind of crazy rescue mission. But that's the nuke it from orbit solution. There's 1,000 other things that you can do that maybe to try and save the spacecraft, right? Other than sending another one up there. That's like nuke it from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. Sure, that'll fix your problem, but you don't understand that you don't really figure out why your capsule is malfunctioning. You don't figure out why this problem happened in the first place. And that's what being a flight controller is all about. That's what those flight controllers are supposed to do. They're the guys that go through the contingencies. Gene Kranz, Chris Kraft. Like, that's what they do. That's why they're there. You know? They're always going to be curveballs. It always happens. No one can predict the future. Heck, they've run into a couple of, as Mike Seraphin says, they've run into a couple of funnies already with this mission. But you fix them and you learn from it and go. That's the whole point. If now is any time to learn about these weird things that happen, these weird anomalies that happen with the spacecraft, it's probably better to learn now when there's nobody on board. Yeah, I get it. Makes sense. Hollywood made me think like this. Yeah, that's why I don't really like spaceflight movies, dude. It ruins it for you. Because look, yeah, like, if you're gonna launch a spacecraft and it's prone to exploding like that, that means you didn't do good enough. You don't launch it. NASA doesn't manage risk like that anymore. They did during the Apollo program. For the Apollo program, the risk versus reward was a lot higher because space race. Now, with Artemis, we don't necessarily need to worry about that. It's just kind of getting it right, which is part of the reason why it's taken so long. In other words, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Keep the disaster from happening earlier with better systems rather than later with a complex rescue mission. Bingo. That's the reason why, to bring this all back to KSP, that's the reason why I saw this and went, oh. Because I know enough about Kerbal to know that negative scale and inverse scale plus robotic parts equals explosion. That's why I saw this and I'm like, that's not good. That needs to be fixed. So, yeah, take that for what it's worth. But yeah, remember, like, actually, Haji, you want to hear something funny? We're talking about Hollywood movies. When Apollo 13 came out, hey Errol, thank you for the sub, and thank you. Oh, it's a resub from a gift sub from Animal. Sweet. Yeah, Zonku, that's exactly what we're doing. So think about it like this. Apollo 13 is a true story. It happened. When Ron Howard went to release Apollo 13 in the 90s and they showed it to screening audiences, so people that, they always pre-screen the movies. Think of it like beta testing, but with filming. They always pre-screen movies to a closed audience, right? the audience, there were people in the audience that obviously not everybody's going to be like a spaceflight expert, right? The people in the audience gave them feedback on Apollo 13 after they saw it, and they said it was too unrealistic. Yeah, they said, this is not really believable. It's really unrealistic. How could they get the crew home? That's not really... This movie's really unrealistic. I don't think it's right. True story. There were a pre-screening audience during Apollo 13 that thought the movie wasn't going to do well because they thought it was too unrealistic. Now, think about that for a second. Why do I bring that up? It's because Apollo 13 is based off of a true story. Obviously, it did happen, right? But also, that goes to show you that even during the Apollo program, where NASA was like, yeah, baby, send it, we're going to the moon, where the risk aversion was way lower than any mission that we do now. We wouldn't put people on Apollo like that. We wouldn't do the same. We wouldn't do it the same way. Hell no. It would be way too dangerous, even by modern standards. Saturn V? Oh, man. No way. Saturn V almost shook a payload to pieces. It almost broke Skylab. It did break Skylab on the way up. It's not safe by modern standards. I know that I don't like the safety police either. Dude, I don't want to be in a paint shaker, and I don't want my insides scrambled around by the time I get into space. That's what you need. You need to be you need to be really healthy to fly on the Saturn V, because the vibrations, they just got it enough to work with kind of a band-aid fix, but it would have been needed to have been redesigned down the road, but that's another story. Long story short, even when NASA was like, yeah, baby, send it, space race, like launching a lot and flying to the moon a lot, it's still a not believable story. Because, yeah, people don't know their history, but whatever. Interesting, right? That's how Apollo 13 is how real spaceflight works. Haji, I've talked to the guys that are down on the ground in flight control. I've interviewed them. I talked to Fred Hayes. He was on it. He was in the spacecraft. I talked to him about Apollo 13. You know, you don't manage risk like that. Even NASA in like the cavalier 60s didn't manage risk like that. No way. Nice shot, RJ. Yep. Even NASA, when it was like, yeah, baby, send it, baby, was still it's unbelievable by today's standards. Even now, because yeah, that's how real space flight gets managed. You don't put that freaking thing on the pad unless you're damn sure it's gonna fly, especially if there's people on board. And unfortunately, a couple of years later, with the shuttle, they ignored that, and look what happened. You don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. You don't put that evil on us. You are not paralyzed. I am so paralyzed. Don't you put that knife in your leg. Ah! You know. But, yeah. Haji, so to answer your question, I'll give you the short version. No, they would not have another rescue mission teed up. Because they don't manage risk like that, dude. You probably should make sure that if you're going to make a thing that's going out to be able to get out to the moon, that it's going to work. Because putting another vehicle on the pad and sending another spacecraft out there that way is like the nuke it from orbit problem. That's the unplug it and plug it back in solution. And that doesn't really work too well with a spacecraft, especially if people are on board. Unplugging it and plugging it back in is not a good idea. Also, yeah, this is not a picture. It's a live stream, and they're currently reorienting the craft. What was that Band-Aid fix on the Saturn V? The Band-Aid fix on the Saturn V was here. I'll show you. This right here. That's your Band-Aid fix. So the Saturn V was very, 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 very susceptible to what's called longitudinal pogo oscillation. So basically there were resonant vibrations being introduced into the Saturn V that would basically shake the payload to pieces. When it was going up, the whole rocket was accordioning like this, longitudinal pogo. So it was going up and down, and it was shaking like a paint shaker. Those oscillations, on top of making the vehicle kind of do this on the way up, right? We're kind of basically making the vehicle compress and decompress, compress and decompress, compress and decompress, compress and decompress over time. And I don't think I need to say that your rocket's shaking like a paint shaker like that is a bad idea. Or is a good idea, excuse me. So they saw this problem happening on Apollo 6. Apollo 6 was the second Saturn V launch with no people on board. Now, you know, at launch, you see everything looks nice, right? Everything looks all fine and dandy. Let's see if we can find some shots of Apollo 6 going up into space. No, that still looks pretty good. Let's try Apollo 6 Pogo. Let's try that. Oh yeah. Literally shaking the spacecraft to pieces. See what I mean? See that? The vibrations were so bad, it would literally shake the spacecraft to pieces. It's a problem that happened during the entirety of the program. In fact, when they went to put a different payload on top of Saturn V, when they put the Skylab module on there, it shook the Skylab module to pieces and almost broke that thing on the way up. NASA had to send Skylab 2 up and do an emergency EVA to fix it. Because it literally ripped the freaking... It almost ripped the space station off of the top of the Saturn V during launch. It was very close. It ripped one of the solar panels off completely. Now, why? Why were these pogo oscillations happening, and why does that injector plate, how does that injector plate fix the problem? So, they were having pogo oscillations. What causes pogo? Why does this happen? In the case of the Saturn V, the way the fuel was being delivered on the F1 engines at the injector plate was not enough. It was being delivered in a way that it would literally cause cavitation inside of the combustion chamber. So, basically, the explosion was happening in such a way that it really wouldn't fill up the combustion chamber. Now, when that happens, right, the combustion chamber doesn't get up to pressure. The rocket engine, the combustion chamber doesn't get up to combustion chamber pressure. Your mass flow rate starts getting screwy, right? So MDOT, it starts getting really, really screwed up. And when your mass flow rate starts getting screwed up, you get thrust oscillations. So, let me show you. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. We'll get back into Kerbal. If you launch a rocket in KSP... Oh, the view isn't there anymore. If you go to launch a rocket in KSP, what do you need to do? Like, what's generally the thing that you do when you... I'm not saying the F1s were too big. I'm saying the fuel wasn't being delivered correctly. The fuel wasn't... The explosion wasn't filling up all of the combustion chamber. It's because the Saturn V has a very strange combustion chamber comparatively to other rockets. Believe it or not, the F1 engines aren't a convergent, divergent rocket engine design. They're not like that. There's no throat. Actually, there is. It's just very, very, very small. Like back pressure that an exhaust gives on a normal engine? Kind of. So if we go back, yeah, so Apollo 6 almost shook itself to pieces. It was very close. Yeah, see, there's parts flying off of it in this. See that? It almost shook the CSM and the vehicle stage adapter off of the vehicle. Yeah, it was close. See what I mean? So, pogo oscillations because they weren't able to sustain the right combustion chamber pressure. Here, F1 rocket engine. We can go look at an F1 engine and you can see that there's really not a throat in here. It's got a little thingamajigger right there, but a little, it goes inwards a little bit. Now, these are the cooling channels for the engine at the time. Those are the cooling engine. That's the combustion chamber. And you can see that this F1 engine has the baffles in it. The baffles
Go at throttle up.
basically are what saved this, or what fixed the problem. That's the Band-Aid fix. The baffles caused the fuel to be delivered in such a way to basically accelerate it in every direction to fill up the combustion chamber. Now, you guys want to see what pogo oscillations look like? Here, let me show you. Let me just grab... I can't really simulate it with the shuttle because the shuttle has solid rocket boosters. Hey, 14 months and 95 with a 35 monther. I thank you very much, good sir. So let's do this. Let's use MLV because MLV has skipping the static fire. I'm explaining something and I will get to it in a moment here. Yeah, PDF that talks about the issue. Thanks, Thomas. That plate gives the fuel like a shower head. Most injector plates, Haji, look like shower heads, and they deliver the fuel in the same way. Yeah. The thing about injector plates is that you have to get the fuel to atomize after it's shot out. You have to basically shoot liquid fuel and liquid oxidizer at each other. Think how a fuel injector on a car sprays in a cone. But you need to spray two cones at each other to get them to hit each other. Because when they hit each other at low pressure after being delivered from the injector plate, they need to atomize, they need to combine, and then they need to explode. The F1 injector plate, they put those baffles in on it because they couldn't sustain combustion in there. The propellants weren't really atomizing correctly, and that basically did this. Here, let me show you. So let's, yeah, all right, here we go. We got to launch, right? So Saturn V took off. Here, let me show you exactly what pogo oscillations do. Remember, you can't sustain combustion chamber pressure. So it's basically doing this. That's what pogo does. The engines were basically fluctuating in throttle down and up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down and up, and that basically shook the whole thing almost to pieces. It almost shook the whole thing to pieces. That's basically what the Saturn V was doing on Apollo 4 and Apollo 6, and they had to learn that. So the Band-Aid fix was to put fins on the injector plate to get the fuel, once it was atomized, to be delivered straight down and fill up the entire combustion chamber. Yeah, that's what it does. That's what pogo does. You just on off, on off, on off, on off, on off, on off, on off. Preheat the fuel. That's a good way to get better atomization, but baffling the injector plate was the Band-Aid fix. Yeah, so what they ended up doing, the solution there for them, was to literally put fins on the injector plate. So when the fuel and oxidizer got delivered, right, it got vectored kind of downward instead of kind of inward, and it didn't leave an air pocket around this part of the combustion chamber. Yep. So what's the spark plug? So rocket engines don't use a spark plug, Goalie. I mean, they have an igniter, a torch igniter, spark igniter. Rocket engines don't have a spark plug because they don't need to create reciprocating motion like a car engine. So the spark plug isn't... You don't need to do that. You only need to do it once when you're starting the engine. The explosion and the expansion of gases you don't need sources of ignition. It's like spraying fuel on the fire. That's basically what they do. When you start this thing up, you have an igniter, and I think the igniter is on the Saturn V engine is there, but I forget. I'd have to go look. And it makes a nice big explosion, and then your shower head just keeps spraying fuel on the fire. Like a flamethrower. Same idea. You only need to ignite it once. So like if you have a flamethrower, right, and you go to fire it, you have a little flame up at the front. You have your purge flame up at the front. But once you don't need that flame anymore. You could put it out and then boom, you just got a stream of fire coming out of this thing. Or don't do this. Don't ever do this. You'll hurt yourself. If you have like a can of lighter fluid, right? A butane lighter or just a spray bottle of lighter fluid, you put a lighter in front of it and you don't need the lighter there anymore. It only needs to be there once because it creates a fire and then you're just spraying fuel into the fire. Don't ever do that. If the fire goes backwards in, it'll pressurize the canister in your hand and, well, great. You just made a nice grenade that's in your hand. Don't do that. Bad idea. If you want to see other people doing that, go look on YouTube. There's plenty of videos of that happening to people and it ends real well. Enjoy not having a hand. Enjoy looking like the guy from Scary Movie 2. Take my hand! The hand isn't strong enough. Now use this hand. My germs. No, give me your other hand. The hand isn't strong enough. Take my hand. Anyway. Mashed potatoes. My germs. Aw, man. Yeah, Sawyer, it's not smart. But anyway, yeah, you only need to ignite it once. Same thing with a jet engine. Jet engines have a combustor in it. Jet engine has like a spark plug in it, but you only need to light the spark plug at the beginning. Think about it like a Bunsen burner. Bunsen burner does the same thing. I haven't seen that movie in a hot minute. No, give me your other hand. My other hand isn't strong enough. I assume there are mechanisms on the other side of the injector plate to ensure even pressure in whatever premixing happens, right? It depends on the type of engine, Lorenz, if you guys want to talk propulsion, man. Depends on the type of engine. Now, a viewer in chat a second ago, if you preheat the fuel, then you're going to have, they aren't fuel. Your injector plate isn't really a fuel injector plate. It's more of an air vent. But anyway, not really an air vent. That's not really how it works, but a flame vent, I guess. But, okay, so like Lorenz, in the case of the F1, you have a gas generator